Hello and welcome to tonight's video. Grab your Bible, take a deep breath, relax and listen to the story. Now close your eyes and let God's voice guide you to sleep. Section 1. The Great Unfolding. In the beginning, before the first whisper of wind, before the first glimmer of light traced the edge of nothingness, there was a silence. It was not an empty silence, but a deep, full, and waiting silence, like the quiet of a mother just before her child is born. It was a silence that held a breath, a melody not yet sung, a story not yet told. And in that profound and holy stillness, the Spirit of God was present, brooding over the face of the deep, over the waters of the unformed world, like a gentle warmth over a vast, calm ocean in the deepest, darkest part of the night. And then there was a word. It was not a loud word, not a word that shattered or frightened, but a word that was soft as a breath and as powerful as the turning of the universe. It was a word of light, and the light came, spilling softly at first, like liquid gold pouring into a dark room, separating itself from the darkness, not in a battle, but in a gentle, inevitable parting. The light was called day, and the darkness was called night. And there was evening, and there was morning the first day. And in the heart of the Creator, there was a deep, resonating satisfaction, a quiet, "It is good." And the word came again, this time for a ceiling, a vast expanse to separate the waters above from the waters below. And so the firmament was made, and it was called heaven. A great, soft, blue space opened up, a dome of endless potential, holding back the celestial seas, making room for the air to breathe, for the winds to one day whisper. And the evening came, soft and deep, and the morning followed, gentle and new, the second day. And the quiet, "It is good," echoed in the growing harmony of all things. Then the word called to the waters under the heaven, and they gathered themselves together, flowing and receding, pulling back from the dry land that rose, rich and dark and moist, from the depths. The land was called earth, and the gathered waters were called seas. And from the fertile soil of the new earth, at the sound of the word, a great green sigh seemed to rise. The earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees of every kind, their branches heavy with the promise of sweetness. The world was no longer just form and void. It was now textured, clothed in a blanket of living green. And there was evening, and there was morning the third day. And the "it is good" was a whisper that rustled through the leaves of every tree. And the Creator spoke again, and lights appeared in the expanse of the heavens. Not a harsh, glaring light, but a great light to rule the day, the sun, whose warmth would be a gentle kiss upon the skin, and a lesser light to rule the night, the moon, a soft silver lantern hung in the velvet dark. And with the moon came the stars, not in a frantic splash, but placed one by one, with infinite care, each one a tiny, twinkling promise, a pinpoint of hope in the vast, sleeping sky. They were set there to mark seasons and days and years, to give the world a rhythm, a slow, steady heartbeat of time. And there was evening, and there was morning the fourth day. And the "it is good" was sung by the silent, spinning orbs of light. Then the word stirred the waters, and they began to teem with living creatures. Great leviathans moved in the deep, their slow, graceful forms turning in the shadowy water, their passage a silent, powerful song. And smaller fish, in shimmering schools, darted like living jewels through the sunlit waves. And the word called to the air, and the sky was filled with the beat of wings. Every kind of bird took flight, the soaring eagle, the chattering sparrow, the gentle dove, their feathers catching the light, their songs the first music to fill the air. And the Creator blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply." And the sound of life filled the seas and the skies. And there was evening, and there was morning the fifth day. And the "it is good" was carried on the wind and echoed in the ocean depths. And the earth brought forth living creatures according to their kinds, livestock and creeping things and beasts of the earth. The cattle lowed softly in the meadows, their breath making clouds in the cool air. The deer stepped delicately through the ferns, their eyes large and gentle. The lion, in its strength, lay down in the sun, and even its mighty purr was a sound of contentment. The world was now alive with movement and sound, a great, beautiful tapestry of life, each thread woven with purpose and love. And then, the Creator spoke once more, saying, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." And so, from the dust of the ground, the Lord God formed man, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. This breath was not a storm, but a soft, intimate sigh, the sharing of life itself. He placed them in a garden, a place of perfect peace, where every tree was pleasing to the sight and good for food. Section 2, the first Sabbath. And so the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. The great work of the 6 days was complete. The final echo of the last creative word had faded into a satisfied silence. The sun, on that 7th day, did not rise upon a world of frantic activity, but upon a world that was whole, perfect, and utterly at peace. The light of that morning was a softer light, a gentler gold, as if the very sun knew it was a day unlike any other. The birds in the trees did not sing with urgency, but with a contented, melodic joy, as if their songs were simply a part of the quiet. The wind that moved through the garden was a breath of pure serenity, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, damp earth. On the 7th day, God ended his work which he had made. The word ended here does not mean he grew tired or could do no more. It means he brought it to its perfect conclusion, its ultimate fulfillment. He had poured forth his creativity, his power and his love, and now, he saw that it was very good. There was not a single thing out of place, not a single note in the symphony of creation that was discordant. Every star was in its appointed place. Every leaf on every tree was exactly where it should be. Every creature's heart beat in rhythm with the heart of the world. And so God rested. He rested on the 7th day from all his work which he had made. This rest of God was not a rest of exhaustion, for the Creator of the universe does not grow weary. It was a rest of completion. It was a rest of deep, profound satisfaction. It was the rest of an artist who steps back from the finished canvas, not to correct a stroke, but simply to behold the beauty of what has been accomplished. It was the rest of a composer who hears the final, resonant note of a great symphony fade into a hall, leaving behind a perfect, holy silence. God entered into his creation not as a worker, but as a dweller. He ceased from his labors to simply be present in the peace he had made. Imagine the quality of that first Sabbath rest. It was a rest that permeated all of creation. The great Leviathan in the deep ceased its endless journey and simply floated, suspended in the cool, dark water, feeling the pulse of the currents like a lullaby. The eagle, high on its rocky crag, folded its wings and watched the slow movement of the clouds. Its fierce eyes softened in the tranquility of the day. The lion and the lamb, in the perfection of that time, did not merely tolerate each other. They shared in the same deep, abiding peace, lying side by side in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves of the garden. The very grass of the fields seemed to grow more slowly, and the trees seemed to stretch their branches in a silent, leisurely praise. In the garden, the man and the woman awoke. There was no anxiety in their hearts, no list of tasks to be hurried through. They felt the unique quality of this day in the very air they breathed. It was a day of unhurried connection. They walked together along the paths of the garden, their feet making no sound on the soft, mossy earth. They paused by the river, not to draw water, for they felt no thirst, but to watch the way the light danced on the surface of the water. They reached out and touched the petals of a flower, feeling its velvety texture, inhaling its fragrance, not to study it, but simply to appreciate its being. They spoke to one another in soft tones, their voices blending with the whisper of the wind and the songs of the birds. And in the cool of the day, they walked with God. They did not see him with their eyes, but they felt his presence as a tangible warmth, an encompassing safety, a deep and joyful love. There was no fear, no shame, no sense of inadequacy. They walked with him as a child walks with a beloved parent, in perfect trust and harmony. They communed with him, not with formal prayers, but with the simple, open sharing of hearts in tune with the heart of the divine. God shared his rest with them. He invited them into his own satisfaction, into his own peace. The Sabbath was a gift, woven into the very fabric of time, a sanctuary of hours dedicated not to doing, but to being in relationship, being in peace, being in a state of grateful reception. God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. To bless something is to pour life and goodness into it. God poured his own peaceful, satisfied life into this day, setting it apart from all other days. He made it holy. The Sabbath was not merely a pause. It was a sanctuary in time, a divine refuge. It was a weekly reminder that our worth is not found in our productivity, but in our identity as beloved creations of a God who rests. It was a promise that the frantic striving of the world does not have the final word. The final word is rest. The final word is peace. The final word is a blessed, holy, and quiet cessation, a returning to the center, a coming home to the heart of God. Section 3, the promise of peaceful dwelling. The memory of that first, perfect Sabbath rest did not fade, even when the world changed. Though struggle and toil entered the human story, the promise of God's rest remained, a quiet melody beneath the noise of the world, a deep, hidden stream of peace flowing through the arid places of the heart. It was a promise that God would always provide a place of shelter, a sanctuary for the soul, a dwelling of peace for his people. We see this promise whispered through the ages. To a man named Abraham, God spoke under a sky filled with stars, countless as the sand on the shore. He promised him a land, a place of his own, a home where his descendants could dwell in safety. And though Abraham spent his life journeying, a stranger in a foreign land, the promise itself was a kind of rest, a sure and certain anchor for his soul. He lived in the peace of the promise, even before he possessed the land. His rest was not in a place, but in a person, in the faithfulness of the God who cannot lie. When he laid his head upon a stone pillow, he slept with the confidence that the same God who numbered the stars was watching over him, and that his good promise would surely come to pass. Generations later, his descendants, the children of Israel, found themselves in a land that was not their own, enslaved and burdened by harsh labor. Their lives were defined by the relentless, exhausting toil of making bricks without straw. There was no Sabbath for them in Egypt. There was only the constant, crushing pressure of production. Their sighs and groans rose up to heaven, a stark contrast to the peaceful rest of the garden. And God heard them. He remembered his covenant, and he set in motion a great deliverance. He brought them out with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, not just to free them from slavery, but to lead them back into his rest. He led them through the wilderness, a vast and trackless place, and even there he provided pockets of peace. When they were thirsty, he brought water from the rock, a cool, clear stream in the desert. When they were hungry, he rained down bread from heaven, the manna, which appeared each morning with the dew, a daily, gentle provision that required no frantic striving. They merely had to gather it to receive the gift, and with the manna came a reminder of the Sabbath. On the sixth day, they were to gather twice as much, for the seventh day was a day of solemn rest, holy to the Lord. On that day, no manna would fall. The ground would be bare, the skies silent. It was a weekly lesson in trust. They were to cease their gathering, to stop their anxious planning for the next day, and to believe that God's provision was sufficient. Their rest was an act of faith, and God's intention was to lead them into a land of their own, a land described as flowing with milk and honey, a picture of abundant, gentle, natural provision. It was to be a place where they could build homes and plant vineyards, where each family could sit under their own vine and their own fig tree, with none to make them afraid. This was the promise of a dwelling place of peace. It was an echo of the garden, a return to the ideal of a settled, secure, and blessed life in the presence of God. The Lord himself said of this land, "It is a rest and an inheritance which I, your God, have given you." The journey through the wilderness, with all its trials, was meant to lead to a permanent Sabbath. Yet, the ultimate dwelling of peace was not a plot of land, no matter how beautiful. The prophets, with voices tuned to the heart of God, began to speak of a deeper, more enduring rest. The prophet Isaiah heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Comfort, Comfort my people, speak tenderly to Jerusalem, and cry to her that her warfare is ended, that her iniquity is pardoned. This was a promise of a rest that went beyond political freedom. It was a rest for the soul, a release from the inner turmoil of guilt and strife. He promised a shepherd who would gently lead his flock, who would gather the lambs in his arms and carry them in his bosom. This is a picture of intimate, tender care, a safety so complete that one can surrender all vigilance and fall asleep in the arms of the one who holds them. The prophet Jeremiah spoke of a future hope, saying, "Thus says the Lord, I will give them rest, and you shall seek me and find me, when you seek me with all your heart." The rest was, and always has been, found in the presence of God. It is a return to the walk in the cool of the day. It is the stilling of the heart in the assurance of His love. The promise of a peaceful dwelling is the promise that we can, even now, amidst the storms of life, enter into the heart of God, which is a place of perfect, unassailable calm. This is the promise that sings through the Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. Section 4. The invitation to rest. The promise of rest, whispered through the prophets and foreshadowed in the law, found its ultimate fulfillment in a person. It came not with a new set of rules, but with a gentle human voice that spoke to the weary and burdened heart. Jesus of Nazareth walked the same dusty roads we walk, felt the same weariness in his bones, and knew the same pressures of life. And from the depths of that shared experience, he issued the most beautiful invitation ever spoken, an echo of the original Sabbath rest, now made personal and accessible to all. He said, "Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Listen to the words. Come to me. It is not go and do. It is not strive harder. It is not figure it out. It is a simple, direct call to come, to approach, to draw near. The rest is found in proximity to him. He invites all who labor, those exhausted by the daily grind, by the relentless pursuit of success, by the sheer effort of keeping life together. And he invites all who are heavy laden, those weighed down by guilt, by regret, by anxiety about the future, by the expectations of others, by the crushing burden of sin. He does not ask them to fix themselves first. He asks them to come, just as they are, with their weariness and their weights. And I will give you rest, he says. It is a gift. It is not a wage to be earned. It is not a prize to be won. It is a gift, freely given, from a heart overflowing with grace and compassion. This is the rest of the gospel, the good news that we can stop trying to save ourselves, to justify ourselves, to make ourselves worthy. We can lay down the heavy yoke of our own efforts and simply receive the rest that he offers. It is the ceasing of our inner striving, the quieting of the voice that tells us we are never enough. He continues, "Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." A yoke is a wooden beam used to tie two animals together, so they can share a load and pull in unison. The burdens of this world are a crushing, ill-fitting yoke, a yoke of slavery. But Jesus offers his own yoke. He invites us to be tied to him, to walk alongside him, to pull the load with him. The astonishing promise is that his yoke is easy, and his burden is light. How can this be? Because when we are yoked to him, he bears the weight. He provides the strength. He sets the direction and the pace. We are no longer pulling alone, driven by fear and compulsion. We are walking in step with the gentle, lowly-hearted Savior. To learn from him is to learn this gentleness. It is to learn a new way of being in the world. It is to exchange a heart of frantic anxiety for a heart of humble trust. It is to learn that our value is not in being first, but in being loved. It is to learn that true strength is found in dependence, not in independence. As we learn this, as we keep our eyes on him and walk in sync with his rhythms, we find rest for our souls. This is the deep, abiding, soul-level rest that circumstances cannot disrupt. It is the rest that the psalmist spoke of, the restoration of the inner self. This is the heart of the Christian message, that through faith in Christ, we can enter God's own rest. Just as God rested from his works on the seventh day, we are invited to rest from our own works. We cease from the exhausting labor of trying to build our own staircase to heaven, and we simply trust in the one who has come down to us. We lay down the burden of our self-reliance and accept the gift of his grace. This is the true Sabbath rest that remains for the people of God. And so, tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you are not merely stopping your activities. You are accepting a divine invitation. You are practicing a small, nightly Sabbath. You are laying down the burdens of the day, the worries, the tasks left undone, the mistakes you made, the words you wish you could take back. You are coming to him heavy laden, and he is giving you rest. You are taking his yoke, which in this moment is the gentle invitation to release control, to surrender the weight of the world, and to trust that the one who holds the universe also holds you. As you close your eyes, imagine yourself stepping out of the ill-fitting yoke of the day's anxieties. Feel its weight fall from your shoulders. Then, feel the light, easy yoke of Christ being placed upon you. It is not a burden. It is a connection. It ties you to his strength, his peace, his unwavering calm. He is right beside you, pulling with you, carrying the heaviest part of the load. You have only to walk in step with him, to match your breathing to his, to learn from his gentleness. Let this truth wash over your soul. You do not have to hold everything together. You are yoked to the one who holds all things together by the word of his power. In him there is no striving, only surrender. In him there is no anxiety, only trust. Section 5, the lullaby of creation. Now, as we draw this time of rest to a close, let your mind release the words and simply float on the images of peace that God has woven into his creation. Let the truth of his rest sink from your mind into your spirit, and from your spirit into your body, relaxing every muscle, soothing every nerve, and quieting every anxious thought. We will walk one final, silent walk through the world he made, a world that even now sings a lullaby to those who have ears to hear. Listen first to the lullaby of the forest. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a great, ancient wood as the sun begins to set. The light is long and golden, filtering through a canopy of green, casting dappled shadows on the soft, pine needle floor. There is no wind, and the air is still and cool. You step inside, and the noise of the world fades away, replaced by a profound, living silence. You can hear your own heartbeat slowing to match the slow, patient rhythm of this place. The tall, strong trees stand as sentinels of peace, their roots deep in the earth, their branches reaching toward the heavens. They do not strive or strain. They simply are. They receive the sun and the rain. They sway in the storms, and they remain steadfast and calm. Breathe in the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the smell of life and rest intertwined. This is God's peace, strong, deep, and rooted. Come now to the lullaby of the still waters. Imagine a mountain lake at twilight, its surface as smooth and clear as a dark mirror. It perfectly reflects the fading colors of the sky, soft lavender, deep rose, and the first faint silver of the evening star. Not a ripple disturbs its surface. You sit on its grassy bank, and you can feel the quiet emanating from the water. It is a quiet that stills the soul. This lake does not struggle to be a river. It is content to be a place of reflection, a holder of beauty, a reservoir of calm. This is the still water that the shepherd leads you to. It is the peace of God that reflects his glory and quiets your heart. Let your thoughts become as still as this water, letting the turmoil of the day settle and sink away, leaving only clarity and peace. Now, turn your ear to the lullaby of the night sky. The transition from day to night is complete now, and the vault of heaven is a deep, velvety blue, almost black. The stars are all out now, not just one or two, but a countless multitude, each one a tiny point of steady, unwavering light. They do not flicker with anxiety. They simply shine with the light given to them. They have their place, and they hold it, night after night, season after season, year after year. They are a testament to God's faithful, unchanging order. As you look up at them, feel your own smallness, not in a frightening way, but in a comforting one. Your worries are small under this vast, beautiful, ordered sky. The God who numbers and names each star is watching over you. His care for you is as certain as the rising of these constellations. Let the silent, steady testimony of the stars sing peace to your spirit. Finally, feel the lullaby of the gentle breath. This is the breath that is closest to you, the rhythm of your own life. As you lie down, bring your awareness to your breathing. Feel the cool air as it enters your nostrils, filling your lungs, bringing life and oxygen to every cell in your body. Then feel the warm air as you exhale, releasing all that your body no longer needs, all the tension, all the fatigue. This breath is a gift. It is the breath of life that God breathed into the first man, and it is the breath He gives to you now. With every inhale, receive His peace. With every exhale, release your cares. You are held in this rhythm, a rhythm sustained by God Himself. You do not have to think to breathe. Your body knows the rhythm. In the same way, you do not have to strive for peace. Your soul can rest in the rhythm of God's grace. You are safe. You are loved. You are held. The God who rested on the seventh day now invites you to rest in Him. The Creator of the forest, the still waters, and the starry host is your shepherd. The one who breathed life into you now sings a lullaby over you with the rhythm of His own heart. So let go. Surrender to this peace. Allow your body to grow heavy, your mind to grow quiet, and your spirit to be still. Sleep is His gift. The night is His watch. The dawn will be His mercy. But for now, there is only rest. Deep, healing, holy rest. So close your eyes and sleep. Section 6. The yoke of gentle ease. As you lie in the quiet darkness, let us return for a moment to that most beautiful of invitations. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, and you will find rest for your souls. We have spoken of this yoke as a connection, a sharing of the load. But now, in the stillness of the night, let your imagination feel the reality of it. Let go of any remaining tension, any last vestige of the day's stubborn hold, and allow yourself to be fitted for this yoke of gentle ease. Imagine the yoke that you have been carrying all day. It is not a single thing, but a collection of many worries, tasks, and pressures, all lashed together into a rough, heavy, ill-fitting beam. Chafes your shoulders. It weighs down your spirit. Its weight makes you stoop, and its imbalance makes your journey clumsy and wearying. This is the yoke of your own strength, the yoke of the world's demands. Now, in your mind's eye, see the gentle, strong hands of the carpenter of Nazareth. With infinite care, He begins to unbuckle the straps that hold this burdensome yoke upon you. Feel the release as each strap is loosened. Feel the immense weight beginning to lift. There is no hurry in His movements, no impatience. He works with the quiet focus of one who knows the value of the soul he is tending. The heavy, rough-hewn beam of your burdens is lifted away. Your shoulders feel light, almost strange in their newfound freedom. You can stand straight again. You can breathe deeply again. Then He brings forward His yoke. It is not what you expect. It is not a tool of servitude, but a work of art. It is carved from a single, strong yet lightweight wood, sanded and polished until it is smooth as silk. It is padded with the softest leather, worn not by harshness, but by the gentle bearing of countless other weary souls who have found rest here. It is designed not to crush, but to align, not to burden, but to empower. He places it upon your shoulders. There is no jarring weight, only a comfortable, secure presence. It fits you perfectly, for it was made for you, shaped by the hands that shaped the universe. Then He steps in beside you, and He Himself takes up the other side of the yoke. You are now joined to Him. You are tied to the source of all strength, all peace, all stability. The burden you now pull is His burden, and it is light. It is the burden of love, of grace, of walking in the good works He prepared beforehand for you. It is no longer a frantic striving, but a purposeful, shared journey. He sets the pace. It is not a frantic rush. It is a slow, steady, sustainable walk. A walking pace, a pace that allows you to notice the beauty along the path, the wildflowers at the roadside, the song of a bird in the hedge, the kindness in a stranger's eyes. A pace that allows you to breathe. When you grow weary, you feel his strength surge through the yoke, taking the strain so you are carried along by his power. When you stumble, the yoke does not jar you. It steadies you, for his steps are sure and certain. You have only to keep in step with him, to move when he moves, to rest when he rests. This is the rest for your soul. The soul's rest is not the absence of all activity, but the presence of a perfect partner. It is the end of loneliness in your labors. It is the end of the fear that you are not strong enough, not good enough, not capable enough. For now, your strength is his strength. Your capability is his capability. Your worth is found in your connection to him. The frantic voice of self-doubt is hushed by the quiet, rhythmic sound of your footsteps walking in time with his. Learn from me, he says, for I am gentle and lowly in heart. With every step, you learn a little more of this gentleness. Gentleness towards your own failures, gentleness towards the failings of others, a lowly heart that is free from the need to prove itself or to be first. As you lie in your bed, you can practice this surrender. Feel the imaginary, yet very real, yoke of Christ upon you. Feel the gentle, supporting weight of it. Feel the connection to the one who never slumbers nor sleeps. You are not alone in the darkness of the night. You are yoked to the light of the world. You are not alone in your fears. You are yoked to the perfect love that casts out fear. The problems of tomorrow are not for you to pull by yourself. When the sun rises, you will rise with him, and you will take the next step, and the next, not under your own power, but in the shared, easy rhythm of his grace. So let your body sink even deeper into the mattress. Let the bed itself feel like a symbol of his support, holding you up completely so you can fully let go. Your breathing is slow. Your heartbeat is calm. You are yoked to Jesus. His rest is your rest. His peace is your peace. His strength is your strength. There is nothing more for you to do tonight but to receive this gift. Sleep is the ultimate act of trust. Section 7. The shepherd's watch in the night. The Lord is your shepherd. You shall not want. He makes you to lie down in green pastures. He leads you beside the still waters. He restores your soul. Let these words, so familiar and so deep, wash over you now, not as a poem to be analyzed, but as a reality to be inhabited. You are the sheep of his pasture. And tonight, as you lie down and sleep, your good shepherd is actively watching over you. See him in your mind's eye. He is not a distant, indifferent figure. He is a shepherd, a caretaker, a protector. His eyes are kind and watchful, missing no detail. His hands are strong, skilled from guiding, rescuing, and healing his flock. He knows your name. He knows the particular texture of your weariness, the specific shape of your anxieties. He knows what you need even before you can form the words to ask. And his sole desire, in this moment, is your profound and uninterrupted rest. He makes me lie down in green pastures. The shepherd doesn't simply suggest the sheep rest. He leads them to a place so abundant, so safe, so perfectly suited for their needs that lying down becomes the most natural thing in the world. The pasture is green, lush, nourishing, and soft. There is no need to search for food. It is all around. This is your state tonight. God has led you to this place of rest. Your bed is your green pasture. The peace he offers is your nourishment. He has made you to lie down. It is his directive, his gift. Your only job is to obey the gentle pressure of his staff, guiding you to this place of repose, and to succumb to the softness underfoot. He leads me beside the still waters. The sheep will not drink from a rushing, turbulent torrent. The noise frightens them, and the current is dangerous. The shepherd leads them to a quiet pool, a gentle stream where the water moves slowly and the surface is calm. Here they can drink without fear. Your soul is being led to the still waters of God's presence now. The noisy torrent of the day's events, the emails, the conversations, the news, the mental chatter, is receding. In its place is a deep, quiet stillness where your soul can drink deeply of peace, of grace, of assurance. You are not drinking from the chaotic waters of circumstance, but from the still, deep, limitless well of his love. He restores my soul. The Hebrew word for restore here means to turn back, to return, to refresh. It is the picture of a sheep that has wandered, becoming fatigued, confused, and depleted. The shepherd goes after it, brings it back to the fold, and tends to it until its strength is returned. Your soul, through the wear and tear of the day, has been depleted. It has wandered into worries, into frustrations, into fears. Now, in this quietness, the Good Shepherd is restoring you. He is bringing your soul back to its true home, which is rest in Him. He is refreshing your inner being with the cool water of His Spirit, with the nourishing truth of His Word. Feel that restoration happening now, as a gentle, warm light filling you from within, mending the frayed edges, soothing the agitated thoughts, returning you to yourself, the self that is hidden and safe in Christ. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for Thou art with me. Thy rod and Thy staff, they comfort me. Sleep can feel like a small death, a surrender of consciousness, a journey into the unknown. It is a valley of shadow, but you do not walk through it alone. Your shepherd is with you. His presence is the antidote to fear. His rod, a club for driving away predators, is your protection. No spiritual enemy, no nightmare, no panic can approach you without His knowledge and His defense. His staff, the crook used to guide and rescue, is your comfort. It will hook you and pull you back from any ledge of anxiety. It will draw you close to His side. You are safe in the valley because the one who has overcome the world is walking with you. You prepare a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Even as the enemies of stress, worry, and fear may linger at the edges of your mind, God is, in this very moment, preparing a feast of peace for you. The table is your heart, and He is spreading it with the rich foods of His faithfulness, the wine of His joy, the bread of His presence. The darkness is not empty. It is filled with the provision of your God. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Let this be the final thought as you drift into sleep. The shepherd's care is not just for this night. It is a lifelong promise. Goodness and mercy, like two faithful sheepdogs, are following you every day into the future. And your ultimate destiny is not merely a good night's sleep, but an eternal dwelling in the house of the Lord, in a state of perfect, unbroken rest. Tonight's sleep is a foretaste of that eternal peace. Section 8. The Father's Lullaby. Beyond the shepherd, beyond the king, there is a presence even more intimate, more fundamental. It is the presence of the Father. The creator of the cosmos is not a distant force, but a loving parent, and His heart for you is the heart of a perfect Father. The scriptures say, "As a father shows compassion to his children, so the Lord shows compassion to those who fear Him." And in another place, "I will be a father to you, and you shall be sons and daughters to me, says the Lord Almighty." Tonight, let your spirit receive this truth. You are not merely a subject of a king or a sheep in a flock. You are a beloved child in the family of God. And as you prepare for sleep, you are being tucked into the safety of your Father's house. Imagine the most perfect, comforting fatherly scene you can. A child, weary from a long day of play and discovery, is being prepared for bed. The child is clean, wrapped in soft, warm pajamas. The father lifts the child and carries them to their room. There is no resistance, only a trusting, limp surrender in the father's strong arms. The child's head rests on the father's shoulder, feeling the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. This is your God. He carries you. He bears you up. You do not have to summon the strength to get to a place of rest. He carries you there. He sits with you in the quiet of your room. The day's adventures are over. The scrapes have been cleaned. The tears have been wiped away. The questions have been answered for now. There is no need for words. The silence is a comfortable, loving silence. He pulls the covers up around your chin, tucking them in with a gentle firmness that makes you feel secure and held. This is the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding. It is a peace that guards your heart and your mind. It is like a soft blanket, swaddling your soul, preventing the cold anxieties of the night from reaching you. And then he begins to sing. The Lord your God rejoices over you with singing. Zephaniah 3 verse 17 holds this breathtaking truth. The Lord your God is in your midst, a mighty one who will save. He will rejoice over you with gladness. He will quiet you by his love. He will exult over you with loud singing. Your heavenly Father is singing over you right now. It is not a song you hear with your physical ears, but with the ears of your spirit. It is a melody woven into the fabric of creation itself, the hum of the universe, the rhythm of the planets, the whisper of the wind. It is a lullaby of love, a song of delight. What does the song say? It sings of your value. You are my beloved child. In you I am well pleased. It does not sing this because of what you have accomplished today, but simply because you are his. It sings of your safety. You are hidden in the shadow of my wings. Nothing can snatch you from my hand. It sings of your future. I know the plans I have for you, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. The melody pushes out the dissonant chords of fear. The steady rhythm stills the frantic tremors of worry. You are being quieted by his love. As a father stays in the room until his child drifts off, so your heavenly Father remains. He does not leave when you close your eyes. His presence is the night light in the darkness of the unknown. You are not alone. The great I Am is here in this room with you. His watchful eye does not dim. His loving heart does not waver. You can let go completely because your Father is holding everything together. He is holding you. Feel yourself as that child, safe in your bed, in your Father's house. The world outside may have its storms, but the house is built on a foundation that cannot be shaken. The locks on the doors are held by a promise that cannot be broken. The one who watches over the house never slumbers. You can sleep not because the storms don't exist, but because you are perfectly safe inside. The wind may howl, but it is a distant sound, a sound that only serves to highlight the security of your shelter. So, release the need to be the adult, the one in control. In this moment, it is not only permissible but blessed to be a child. Be the child who trusts without question. Be the child who is carried without resistance. Be the child who is sung to sleep without anxiety. Your Father's lap is a place of absolute safety. His shoulders are broad enough to carry every one of your burdens. His song is powerful enough to silence every one of your fears. Let your breathing become the rhythm of your surrender. With each exhale, release the weight of adulthood, the responsibility, the need to know and to manage. With each inhale, breathe in the simple, trusting spirit of a child who knows they are loved. Your Father is here. He has tucked you in. He is singing his song over you. His love is quieting your heart. There is no more you need to do. There is only rest. There is only trust. There is only sleep. Section 9. The stillness of the eternal hills. There is a stillness that exists beyond the fleeting quiet of a single night. It is the ancient, deep stillness of the eternal hills, the patient silence of the mountains that have witnessed millennia come and go. The psalmist looked to these hills and saw a symbol of God's enduring help. This is the kind of peace that God offers, not a temporary respite, but a foundational stability that underpins all of existence, and upon which you can lay your weary head. Bring your mind now to a high mountain place, far above the troubles of the lowlands. You have climbed, with great effort, the path of your day, but now you have reached the summit. It is night. The air is thin, clean, and cold, but you are wrapped in a warm cloak. Below you, the world is shrouded in darkness, but here on the peak, you are closer to the stars. They seem close enough to touch, their light undimmed by the haze of the valleys. There is a silence here that is profound. It is not an empty silence, but a full, heavy, majestic silence. It is the silence of great age and immense strength. This is the peace of God that transcends understanding. It is a peace that is not dependent on the circumstances in the valleys below, the bustling cities, the swirling storms, the noisy conflicts. Those things are real, but from this perspective, they are small and distant. The mountain does not bemoan the storms that rage at its feet. It endures them unmoved, its head held high in the clear, calm air above the clouds. God invites you to this high place, He invites you to dwell in the heavenly realms with Christ Jesus, to set your mind on things above, not on things of the earth. In this high place, your problems do not disappear, but they are seen in their proper proportion against the vast backdrop of God's eternal, unchanging nature. The deadline that felt so immense, the conflict that felt so consuming, the worry that gnawed at your gut. From this vantage point, they lose their power to terrorize. They are temporary. The mountain and the God it represents is eternal. Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had formed the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting you are God. The same God who existed before these mountains were formed is with you now. His timeline is vast. His plan is sure. His purposes will not be rushed, and they will not be thwarted. Sit down on a smooth rock on this mountain summit. Feel the solidity of it beneath you. This rock has been here for 1,000,000 years. It has been warmed by countless suns and cooled by countless nights. It has been shaped by wind and rain, but its essence is unchanged. This is the Rock of Ages, a metaphor for God Himself. He is your firm foundation. When everything else is shifting sand, He remains. When your emotions feel like a treacherous, unstable slope, you can plant your feet on the rock. You can build the house of your life upon this rock, and when the rains fall and the floods come, and the winds blow and beat upon that house, it will not fall because it was founded on the rock. Let this solidity seep into your own body. Feel your own weight being fully supported by the unyielding strength of God's faithfulness. You cannot fall through this rock. You cannot be shaken from this place. You are secure. The winds of anxiety may blow, but they cannot dislodge you. The cold fear of the unknown may try to seep in, but it cannot overcome the warmth of His presence that surrounds you. Look up at the stars from this mountain perch. They are the same stars Abraham saw when God promised him descendants as countless as their number. They are the same stars that guided the wise men. They are the same stars that witnessed the birth of Christ. They are a silent testimony to God's faithfulness across all generations. The promise He made to Abraham, He keeps. The salvation He promised through the prophets, He provided. The rest He offers to you tonight, He will give. He is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The passing of time does not erode His promises or dilute His love. The eternal hills do not fret. They do not hurry. They simply are. They exist in a state of patient, majestic waiting, trusting in the Creator who set them in their place. Tonight, you are invited to share in that same trust, to stop fretting, to stop hurrying, to simply be a beloved soul, resting on the everlasting rock, under the watchful eyes of the eternal stars, held in the unchanging hands of the God who was, and is to come. Your life is a brief moment on this mountain, but the mountain itself is forever. Your peace is found in merging your moment with His eternity. Let the stillness of the ages quiet the turmoil of the moment. Let go of time, and rest in the eternal now of God's presence. Breathe in the thin, clean air of His Spirit. You are on the rock. You are safe. Section 10. The banquet of letting go. There is one final act of trust, one last surrender to make before sleep can claim you completely. It is the release of all that you are holding, not just the burdens, but the very sense of yourself as the one who must hold anything at all. The world teaches you to clutch, to grip, to hold on tightly to your identity, your accomplishments, your plans, your very consciousness. But the path to deepest rest is the path of release. It is the setting down of the self. Imagine now a final scene. You are standing before a great, beautiful, and ancient table. It is the table of your life. Upon it, you have placed everything that defines your waking hours. There are the trophies of your successes, shiny and polished, but also heavy. There are the ledgers of your failures, their pages looking worn and stained. There are the maps of your future, covered in anxious scribbles and alternative routes. There are the tools of your trade, the masks you wear for different people, the weapons you use to defend yourself, the bags of regret you carry from the past. The table is crowded, cluttered, and the weight of it all is immense. Now see a gentle, firm hand reach into the scene. It is the hand of Christ. With a slow, deliberate care, He begins to clear the table. He does not discard your life with disgust. but with the reverence of a curator who knows what is truly precious and what is merely clutter. He lifts the heavy trophies and sets them aside, not in a place of honor, but in a storage room, freeing you from the burden of your own reputation. He takes the ledgers of failure, and with a breath, the ink begins to fade from the pages until they are blank, clean sheets of paper. He rolls up the anxious maps and sets them aside, whispering, "I am the way. You do not need to chart this path alone." One by one, he removes the masks, and you feel the relief of no longer having to maintain a face for anyone. He takes the weapons from your hands, and you feel the tension drain from your arms and shoulders, for you are in a place where no defense is needed. He unties the heavy bags of regret from your back, and you stand straighter than you have in years. The table is being cleared. The clutter of your identity, the accumulation of a lifetime of striving and defending and managing, is being lovingly removed. In the place of these things, he sets a simple, new meal. It is a banquet of grace. There is the bread of his presence, warm and nourishing. There is the wine of his forgiveness, deep and rich. There is the milk of his simple word, and the honey of his promises. This is the feast of the new covenant, not a feast you have to prepare for, but one you are simply invited to receive. "Take, eat," he says. "This is my body, broken for you." This is the ultimate letting go, to stop feeding on your own accomplishments and failures, and to instead receive the life of another as your sole sustenance. As you partake of this simple, profound meal, you feel the last vestiges of your striving self begin to dissolve. You are not what you have done. You are not what others say you are. You are not even what you say you are. You are a soul loved by God, nourished by Christ, and being restored in the stillness. The ego, the frantic little self that has been trying to run the show, is finally being put to bed. It is being invited to be silent, to rest, to trust in a caretaker far more capable. This is the lost life that Christ said you must lose in order to find it. You are losing the heavy, complicated, anxious version of yourself and finding the light, simple, beloved child of God that you truly are. It is a death, but a death into life. It is a surrender, but a surrender into victory. It is a letting go, but a letting go into an embrace that will never let you go. Now, feel this release physically. Start at the crown of your head. Release any tension in your scalp. Let go of the need to think, to figure things out. Let your thoughts drift away like clouds. Your mind does not need to be in charge right now. Let it rest. Move to your forehead, your eyes. Release the need to see, to perceive, to be vigilant. You are safe. You can close the inner eyes as well as the outer ones. Let your jaw go slack, your tongue rest heavily in your mouth. Release the need to speak, to explain, to defend. Let the release flow down your neck and shoulders, where you have carried the weight of the world. Feel that weight being absorbed by the everlasting arms beneath you. Let your arms and hands grow heavy, releasing the need to grasp, to hold on, to work. Let your chest and stomach soften, releasing the knots of anxiety, the butterflies of fear. Your breath can flow freely now, in and out, without obstruction. Let the release move down through your hips, your legs, to the very tips of your toes. You are letting go of the need to go anywhere, to run, to stand your ground. Section 11, the pillar of cloud and fire. In the great story of the Exodus, as God's people journeyed through the vast and trackless wilderness, a place of uncertainty and danger, he did not leave them to find their own way. By day, he went ahead of them in a pillar of cloud to lead them on their way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light. The cloud provided shade and direction. The fire provided warmth, light, and protection against the terrors of the night. This is the God you journey with now, as you traverse the wilderness of sleep, the unknown country of the unconscious. See this pillar now in the landscape of your mind. It is not a far-off symbol, but a present reality, here in your room, at the foot of your bed. In the dimness of your night, it manifests first as a soft, warm, golden fire. It does not blaze with a roaring, frightening intensity, but glows with the steady, pulsing light of a great hearth. It emits no smoke, only a comforting warmth that pushes back the chill of the night. This fire illuminates without glaring. It shows you that you are safe, that the room is familiar, that there are no monsters in the shadows, because the light of the world himself is standing guard. The pillar of fire is the light of Christ, piercing the darkness of your fears, your ignorance, your sin, and revealing only safety, forgiveness, and peace. The night is as bright as the day. The psalmist says, "For darkness and light are alike to him, and now they are alike to you, because his light is your constant companion." This fire consumes what needs to be consumed, the dross of your worries, the chaff of your vain thoughts, but it refines and warms what remains, your essential, beloved self. Feel its warmth on your skin, a tangible sign of God's protective presence. The things that frighten you in the darkness, the unknown future, the memory of past pain, the formless anxieties, cannot cross the circle of this light. You are camped within the holy perimeter of God's own presence. The fire keeps watch. You do not need to. And as you gaze at this gentle, powerful fire, feel the transition begin. The golden light softens, cools, and morphs into a billowing, soft pillar of cloud. It is a cool, misty cloud, like the morning fog that rests in a valley, promising a new day but muting all its harshness. This cloud settles over you, not to obscure, but to comfort. It is the cloud of God's mercy, veiling you from the demands that await the dawn. It is the cloud of his forgetfulness, covering your failures and shortcomings, remembering them no more. It is the cloud of his presence, a tangible rest that says, "You are hidden with Christ in God." Within this cloud, your senses are softened. The sharp edges of the world are blurred. Sounds are muffled. Thoughts lose their urgency and begin to drift like lazy motes of dust in a sunbeam. This cloud is God's answer to the hyperclarity of anxiety. It does not ask you to see everything clearly. It invites you to trust in the one who sees clearly for you. You are in the cloud, and he is in the cloud with you. You do not need to see the path ahead. You only need to know that the cloud is moving, and you are resting within it. This is the Spirit of God, brooding over the waters of your unconscious mind, just as he brooded over the waters of the first creation. And in this brooding, this hovering presence, a new creation is possible. While you sleep, he is at work. He is restoring what was broken, mending what was torn, sorting out what was tangled. He gives to his beloved sleep, the scripture says. Sleep is not a blank void. It is a state of receptive grace, where God can work without the interference of your striving, fearful ego. You are now perfectly led, perfectly protected. By day, in your waking life, the cloud of his providence guides you, sometimes obscuring the distant view to keep you from being overwhelmed, always leading you on the right path. By night, in this very moment, the fire of his presence protects you, assuring you of his constant, watchful care. The transition from fire to cloud is seamless, because his nature is unchanging. He is always your guide and your guardian. So now, let the pillar of cloud envelop you completely. Breathe in its cool, moist air. Feel it on your eyelids, a soothing balm. Let it absorb the last remnants of your wakefulness. You are in the cloud. You are in the secret place. You are in the presence of the Lord. There is no need to struggle, no need to find your way. The cloud is your way. The fire is your light. You are not lost in the wilderness. You are found in the care of the one who leads you. Let the cloud lull you into the deep, creative, restorative sleep that God gives to his beloved. The journey of the day is over. The watch of the night has begun. And you are not watching. You are resting within the pillar of cloud and fire. Section 12, the river of life. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God. This is not a river you find on any map, yet it flows from the very heart of the universe, from the throne of God and of the Lamb. Its source is an eternal spring of love, and its waters are clear as crystal, a liquid light that brings life wherever it goes. Tonight, as you lie in the silence between thoughts, you can hear its faint, melodic murmur. It is the sound of peace itself, a gentle, endless flow that washes away all strain. Imagine yourself now being drawn to the banks of this river. You are not walking. You are being carried to it by the same grace that cleared the table and led you with cloud and fire. You arrive at its edge. The ground beneath you is soft, not with mud, but with lush, green moss that cushions your every step. The air is filled with the scent of pure water and the faint, sweet fragrance of the trees that grow along its banks. The trees of life, which yield their fruit every month, and whose leaves are for the healing of the nations. This river is not for crossing. It is not an obstacle, but an embrace. It is not for drinking alone, though its waters quench the deepest thirst of the soul. It is for immersion. It is for being surrounded, enveloped, and carried by a current that is wiser than your will and stronger than your striving. The Spirit of God is often pictured as living water, and here He is, flowing before you, inviting you in. Step into the water. It is not cold. It is a perfect, skin-temperature balm that feels like coming home. As it swirls around your ankles, feel it drawing out the fatigue of your journey, the dust of the road from your soul. Take another step and let it rise to your knees. It washes away the ache of constant standing, the burden of always having to support your own weight. It loosens the joints, reminding you that you are made not only for effort, but for buoyancy. Wade deeper. Let the water reach your waist, your chest. Feel the profound relief as the weight of your body is surrendered to the support of the water. You are being held up. The constant, subtle effort of holding yourself erect against gravity is gone. You can float here. You can let go. The river is now supporting your entire frame, and you are cradled in its gentle, powerful flow. Now lean back. Let the water support your head. Let your ears fall below the surface. The noisy world is gone now, replaced by a soft, resonant hum. The sound of the river's own song, the vibration of life itself. Look up. The sky above is a soft, dawn-like gray, filled with a diffused, loving light. You are in the world, but not of it. You are in the river of life, and it is carrying you. You do not need to know where the river is going. You do not need to steer or paddle. The river knows its course. It flows from the throne of God, and it will carry you along the paths of righteousness, for His name's sake. Your only task is to release, to trust, to float. This is the Sabbath rest of the soul, a ceasing from your own direction and a trusting in His current. With every moment, the water seems to grow more alive, more personal. It is not merely around you. It is within you, cleansing the hidden places, irrigating the parched deserts of your spirit, bringing life to dormant seeds of hope and joy. The stream is making glad the city of your heart, the holy place where God dwells within you. It is washing away the debris of worry, smoothing the sharp edges of regret, and leaving behind only a polished peace. You are floating now effortlessly. The river bends, and you bend with it. There are no jarring movements, only a gentle, seamless progression. You are moving from the shallow places of fear into the deep places of love. You are moving from the turbulent waters of your own efforts into the still, deep currents of God's will. And His will is love. His will is peace. His will is rest for you. Time has no meaning here on the river. It is the eternal now of God's presence. You could float for a second or for 1,000 years. It is all the same. The journey and the destination have become one. To be in the river is to be home. To be carried is to have arrived. So let go completely. Release the last, faint notion that you must do anything or be anything other than what you are in this moment. A soul floating in the river of life, loved and carried by God. Feel the current beneath you, a silent, sure strength. Feel the water around you, a soft, encompassing grace. Hear its hum in your ears, the lullaby of heaven. There is no past here. There is no future. There is only this peace, this presence, this perfect rest. You are not sleeping alone. You are sleeping in the river of life. You are being carried through the night by the current of His love. He is the water. He is the flow. He is the rest. Close your eyes now, here on the water. The river has you. You are safe. You are home. Drift now, drift into sleep. Section 13. The breath of the universe. Before a word is spoken, there is a breath. Before a thought is formed, there is the quiet space from which it arises. This primordial quiet is the breath of God, the Ruach Elohim, the spirit that was hovering over the waters at the very beginning. This same spirit has been given to you. He is the breath in your lungs, the animating force of your life, and the bridge between your spirit and the eternal. As you hover on the very threshold of sleep, become aware of this breath. It is the most constant, most faithful rhythm of your existence, a gift you did not earn and a prayer you cannot stop making. Bring your attention to your breathing now. Do not try to change it. Do not force it to be deeper or slower. Simply observe it with the gentle curiosity of a child watching a butterfly. Feel the cool air as it enters your nostrils. Notice the slight pause at the top of the inhalation, a moment of fullness, of receipt. Then feel the warm air as it leaves your body, a release, a letting go. This cycle is the microcosm of your entire spiritual life, receiving from God and releasing back to Him. Now, as you watch, begin to see this breath for what it truly is. The inhale is your reception of grace, of life, of the very presence of God. With each sip of air, you are saying, I receive your love, I receive your peace, I receive your strength. The exhale is your release of all that is not of Him. With each outflowing breath, you are saying, I release my anxiety, I release my control, I release my fears and my failures. You are not breathing alone. The Spirit Himself is helping you in your weakness. He is interceding for you with groanings too deep for words, and those groanings are the very rhythm of this breath. Your breath is one with the breath of the universe. The same force that spins the galaxies and pulls the tides is filling your lungs. The same God who ordained the path of the stars is ordering the rhythm of your heart and your respiration. You are not a separate, isolated entity struggling to survive. You are a part of a vast, breathing, living cosmos, held in the loving hand of its creator. Your small, quiet breath is a part of the great song of creation. Let your awareness expand with this thought. Feel your breath merging with the gentle night breeze outside your window. That breeze is the earth breathing. Feel it merging with the slow, patient growth of the trees, their silent, rhythmic exchange of gases, a kind of arboreal breath. Feel it merging with the pulse of the ocean waves, the great, deep inhalation and exhalation of the sea. You are breathing with the world, and the world is breathing with God. Let everything that has breath praise the Lord. In this moment, your sleep, your rest, your very existence is an act of praise. Now, let the breath become even softer, shallower, as sleep draws near. There is no need for deep, conscious breaths now. Allow your body to take over completely. Surrender the very act of breathing to the autonomic wisdom of your brainstem, which is itself a gift from God. Your body knows how to rest. Your body knows how to sleep. You can surrender even this. As your breaths become smaller, like gentle ripples on a still pond, feel your sense of self beginning to gently dissolve. The boundaries between you and the room, between you and the night, between you and God, become soft and permeable. You are not disappearing. You are merging. You are returning to the source from which you came, like a drop of water merging back into the ocean, yet without losing your unique essence. You are a beloved thought in the mind of God, and now that thought is settling into the quietness from which it arose. The breath is almost imperceptible now, a faint whisper of life. This is the threshold. This is the veil between the worlds of consciousness and sleep. Do not fear it. Cross over with trust. The same God who breathed the breath of life into Adam is watching over your breath now. He who keeps Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps, so that you can. He is the wakeful one. You are the resting one. Your final waking thought is not a thought at all, but a feeling, the feeling of being breathed. You are not the breather. You are the breathed. God is the breath. You are the receiver. You are the vessel. You are the beloved child, falling asleep on the chest of your Father, rising and falling with His own eternal, life-giving breath. Let the last flicker of your awareness be the sensation of this divine respiration. In and out, receive and release, be and rest. You are entering the rest that remains for the people of God. You are ceasing from your own works, just as God did from his. You are lying down in green pastures. You are being restored. So let the breath of the universe carry you now. Let the Spirit himself be your lullaby. There is nothing more to do. There is only to be and to be held and to be breathed. Sleep. Section 14. The moon on the still water. There is a moment in the deepest night when all motion ceases, when the wind holds its breath and the very stars seem to pause in their slow wheel across the sky. In this moment, a perfect stillness is born. It is into the stillness that you now drift. Imagine a high mountain lake, cradled in the arms of ancient peaks, so still and so clear that it is no longer water but a pane of dark glass, a window into the heart of the world. And upon this perfect, black mirror rests the reflection of the moon. Not the full, blazing moon of storybooks, but a slender crescent, a silver bow curved in a gentle, knowing smile. It does not glare. It glows with a soft, internal luminescence, casting no shadows, only a gentle, silvery light that seems to clarify rather than illuminate. This is the light of God's grace, not the searing noonday sun of his holiness that reveals all flaws, but the gentle, merciful moon that accepts all things as they are and makes them beautiful in its quiet glow. This moon is not in the sky. It is on the water. It is a reflection, a perfect image of the true light, resting upon the stillness of your own soul. The water of your spirit, after the flowing of the river, has become this placid, glassy lake. The turbulence has settled. The sediment of the day has sunk to the bottom, leaving only clarity and peace. And upon this inner stillness, the grace of God rests, a perfect, serene, and comforting presence. Gaze at this moon on the water of your heart. There is no difference between the light and the reflection. They are one. So too are you and the peace of God becoming one. His peace is not outside of you. It is being reflected upon the very core of your being. Christ in you, the hope of glory. This is the mystery and the comfort. The divine is not a distant figure in the sky, but a living presence resting upon the stillness within you. The moon makes no sound. It asks nothing of you. It demands no effort. It simply is. And in its silent, silver presence, it transforms the entire landscape. The dark, foreboding forest on the far shore becomes a place of soft, velvety mystery. The jagged peaks of the mountains around the lake are smoothed into gentle, silhouetted waves against the sky. This is what God's grace does to your troubles. It does not erase them. It transfigures them. The anxiety that felt so sharp and threatening by the light of day is now softened, its edges blurred, its power diminished, becoming part of a larger, beautiful, and harmonious landscape of the night. Breathe in this silver light. Imagine it filling your lungs, not as air, but as a cool, liquid serenity, flowing into your bloodstream, carried to every cell of your body. It is a balm, a healing draft of quietness. Your muscles, already heavy, now feel infused with this silvery peace, becoming as still and as weighty as the moonlit stones at the bottom of the lake. Your thoughts are like tiny, skittering insects on the surface of the water. They create tiny ripples, trying to distort the perfect reflection. Simply watch them. Do not fight them. Do not follow them. Acknowledge their presence and then let them go, watching as their tiny ripples fade and the perfect, smooth reflection of the moon reforms. Each released thought is a surrender, a return to stillness. The moon remains, unmoved, untroubled. Your soul, in its deepest nature, remains unmoved and untroubled in Christ. The silence around this lake is absolute. It is a silence you can feel, a positive presence, thick and soft as velvet. It is the silence of God's complete approval. There is nothing you need to say. There is no confession you need to make, no prayer you need to formulate. He knows. He understands. He has already said, "It is finished." The silence is your amen to his finished work. Now feel the moon itself beginning to soften. Its sharp, silver edges gently blur, melting into the water, until the light is no longer just on the surface, but has permeated the entire lake. The water itself has become luminous, glowing from within with a soft, moon radiance. This is the final union. The reflection and the source have merged. You and the peace of God are one. You are abiding in Him, and He is abiding in you. There is no more you. There is no more prayer. There is only this stillness, this silence, this luminous, moon-drenched peace. The vessel of yourself has dissolved into the ocean of His presence. You are home. You are safe. You are rest. Let the image of the lake fade now. Let the moon dissolve into pure feeling. There is no need for any more pictures. There is only the reality of God, closer than your breath, nearer than your thoughts, the very ground of your being. Sleep is no longer something you will do. It is what you are becoming. You are becoming the rest of God. So, let the last anchor of your awareness lift. Section 15. The unveiling of the unseen. There comes a point where all metaphors fall away. The river, the shepherd, the moon on the water. These are but fingers pointing at the moon, but now it is time to look past the finger and into the light itself. The deepest rest is not found in a picture, but in a reality that exists beyond the reach of your senses, in the very nature of God Himself. The scriptures speak of faith as the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Tonight, let your sleep be an act of faith, a stepping into the unseen reality of God's eternal rest. Close your eyes to the world you know. Now, close the eyes of your imagination. Let the last remaining images drift away like smoke. Let the final words of this narrative dissolve into silence. What remains? Not nothing. Presence. A fundamental isness. This is the I Am who spoke to Moses from the burning bush. Before anything was, He is. After all things pass away, He is. In the midst of your sleeping and your waking, He is. This God is spirit. He is not a body. He is not confined to a place. He is not limited by time. He fills all things. He is in the space between the atoms of your body. He is in the silence between your heartbeats. He is the consciousness behind your consciousness. You are not merely in His presence. You are immersed in His being. As a fish is in the ocean, so you are in God. The ocean does not merely surround the fish. It sustains it. It is its medium of existence, its very life. So too, God is your medium, your sustainer, your very life. To rest in this truth is the ultimate surrender. Feel this now. Feel the solidity of the world. Your bed, your room, your body begin to soften at the edges. These things are real, but they are temporary, contingent realities. They depend on the ultimate reality for their existence. That ultimate reality is God, and He depends on nothing. He simply is. Let your sense of self, which feels so solid and separate, begin to soften as well. You are a thought in the mind of God, a beloved, cherished, eternal thought. But you are not the thinker. Release the burden of being the central character in your story, and rest in the bliss of being a cherished idea in His. In this unseen realm, there is no past to regret and no future to fear. There is only the eternal now. God's name is I Am, not I was or I will be. All of His power, all of His love, all of His peace is available to you in this present moment. The regret you carry is a ghost from a past that God has already redeemed. The anxiety you feel is a phantom from a future that is held securely in His hands. In the reality of God's eternal now, these ghosts and phantoms have no substance. They are shadows that cannot exist in the full light of His presence. Let them go. They are not part of the true, unseen reality. The true reality is love. The true reality is peace. This is the rest that faith offers. It is a rest that does not deny the troubles of the visible world, but it sees through them to the deeper, truer, unseen reality where Christ is seated at the right hand of God, and you are seated with Him. From that vantage point, the storms of life are not gone, but they are beneath His feet. And they are beneath your feet because you are in Him. So now, as you lie in the darkness, do not try to feel anything. Do not try to achieve any particular state of mind. Simply acknowledge the unseen truth. You are in Christ, and Christ is in God. You are safe in the center of the universe, held in the heart of the I Am. There is no distance between you and this peace. There is no ritual to perform. There is only to believe and to receive. Let your breathing be a sigh of acceptance. The work is finished. The rest is won. You are not striving to enter rest. You are allowing the rest that already exists for you in the unseen, heavenly realms to manifest in your body and soul. Your sleep tonight is not an escape from reality. It is an immersion into the deepest reality of all. The veil between the seen and the unseen is thin tonight. It is a veil woven from the threads of your own striving and anxiety. One by one, those threads are now breaking. The veil is parting. And on the other side is not a terrifying void, but a loving face. It is the face of the Father, beaming with delight at his child. It is the face of the Son, scarred and smiling, the guarantee of your welcome. It is the face of the Spirit, warm and comforting, the presence that will never leave. You are being drawn through the veil, not in terror but in trust, not in effort but in ease. This is the final letting go, the release of the visible for the embrace of the invisible. It is the last enemy to be destroyed, the fear of the unknown, being swallowed up in the victory of a known and knowing love. So, go to sleep now, not as one who is losing consciousness, but as one who is gaining a truer awareness. Go to sleep in faith. Go to sleep. Section 16. The Sabbath of Silence. There is a language older than words. It is the language of being. It is the communication that happens in the glance between a mother and her child, in the comfortable silence between old friends, in the shared breath of those who know they are loved. This is the language God has been speaking to you throughout this entire journey. The words of these stories were merely the scaffold, the temporary structure built to help you climb to this height. Now we step off the scaffold and onto the solid rock of a silence that needs no explanation. This is the Sabbath of silence. It is the core of the seventh day. After the words of creation, let there be light, let the waters be gathered, let us make man. There came a great and holy silence. God did not speak on the seventh day. He rested, he enjoyed, he beheld. His rest was not a passive absence, but an active, full, and joyful presence in the perfection of what was. This is the silence into which you are now invited. It is not an empty silence, but a full one. It is the silence of completion. The work is done. The striving is over. The healing is accomplished. Let the need for understanding fall away. You do not need to understand this peace to inhabit it. A child does not understand the complexities of a lullaby to be comforted by it. They simply receive the sound, the vibration, the love in the tone. So it is with you now. You are the child, and God is singing the silent lullaby of his own being over you. Your only task is to receive it. Let the need for feeling fall away. Do not wait for a wave of emotion, a tingle of sensation, a sign that this is working. Faith is not a feeling. Rest is not an emotion. They are positions of the spirit. They are choices to trust in a reality deeper than the transient states of the body and mind. You are choosing now to trust that you are held, even if you feel nothing but weariness. You are choosing to believe that you are loved, even if you feel nothing but numbness. The reality of the rock does not change with the weather. You are resting on the rock. In this Sabbath silence, there is no self-improvement. There is no lesson to be learned, no sin to be wrestled with, no character flaw to be fixed. There is only being. You are not a project. You are a person, and you are being met in the core of your personhood by the person of God, who says, "You are mine. Be still. Be with me." That is enough. Listen to the silence in your room. It has a texture. It is not a void, but a substance. It is the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding. It surpasses understanding because it operates on a level deeper than the mind. It is a peace that guards your heart. Your heart, the center of your being, your will, your affections, is being garrisoned by this silent, powerful peace. It stands guard around the core of who you are, and it allows nothing to disturb the sanctity of this rest. Imagine your thoughts as leaves on the surface of a deep, still pond. They float, they drift, they have no weight, they cannot disturb the depths. You can watch them from a distance, but you do not need to engage them. You do not need to follow them. They are surface phenomena. The real you is in the deep, silent, unmoved depths. The peace of God is in those depths. Let the leaves of your thoughts float by. They are not you. You are the pond, deep and still and held in the earth. This silence is the true manna. It is the bread of angels. It is the food of the spirit that requires no gathering, no chewing, no digestion. It is simply absorbed. It nourishes you in ways your conscious mind cannot comprehend. While you sleep, this silent manna will restore the sinews of your soul, repair the fractures in your spirit, and replenish the wells of your joy. There is nothing you need to do to participate in this. In fact, doing is the enemy of this moment. Any effort, even the effort to rest properly, is a noise, so cease all effort. Surrender the very idea of participation. You are not a participant. You are a recipient. Grace is being administered to you in the form of silence. The medicine is quietness. The treatment is trust. Let the final anchor of your identity, the story you tell yourself about who you are, be lifted. You are not your name. You are not your job. You are not your relationships. You are not your successes or failures. In this Sabbath silence, you are stripped of all these labels and returned to your essence. A beloved creation, resting in the heart of the Creator. The name you have in this place is the one God whispers in the silence. A name known only to you and Him, a name that means beloved. The night is deep now. The world has hushed. The divine silence has expanded to fill every corner of the room, every cell of your body. It is within you and around you. It is before you and behind you. It is beneath you and above you. It is the context of your existence. You are swimming in it. Section 17, the tapestry of the night. Every life is a thread in the great tapestry of God's design. Your thread has its own unique color, its own texture, its own length. Today, your thread may have felt tangled, knotted, or stretched thin. But now, in the quiet of the night, the master weaver takes you up in his hands. His touch is not one of harsh correction, but of gentle, knowing realignment. He is not frustrated by the knots. He knows just how to loosen them without breaking the strand. Feel yourself as that thread. The day's events, the conversations, the frustrations and joys are all part of the pattern on the top side of the loom. From your perspective during the day, it can look chaotic, a jumble of colors and crossings that seem to make no sense. But the weaver sees the underside. He sees the perfect picture being formed. He knows how every dark thread of sorrow is necessary to give depth to the bright threads of joy. He knows how every seeming mistake is woven into a greater, more beautiful whole. Tonight, he is not asking you to understand the pattern. He is inviting you to trust the weaver. Feel his hands holding you, guiding you through the eye of the needle, which is this present moment of surrender. There is no pulling, no straining. There is only a gentle, firm guidance. You are being woven into a masterpiece of grace. Your rest tonight is a vital part of that pattern. It is the dark, soft thread that gives the brighter colors their rest and definition. Without the dark threads of night and sleep, the tapestry would be a blinding, chaotic glare. Imagine the shuttle moving back and forth, carrying you with it. With each pass, you are being integrated more fully into the grand design. You are being connected to other threads, the lives of those you love, the prayers of the saints, the great cloud of witnesses. You are not alone on the loom. You are part of a vast, interconnected, and beautiful creation. The weaver holds all the threads in his mind at once, knowing how each one supports the others. Let go of the need to see your own section of the tapestry. Release the desire to know how your story fits. That is the work of the weaver, not the thread. Your work is to rest, to allow yourself to be placed exactly where you are meant to be. The tension you felt today was part of the process, necessary to keep the fabric tight and strong. But now the tension is released. The loom is still. The weaving pauses for the night. And in this pause, you are held. You are secure in the pattern. Nothing can pluck you out. No snip of the scissors will come to discard you. You are a cherished and essential part of this work of art. The weaver who began this good work in you will be faithful to complete it. Your sleep is an act of trust in his artistry, a belief that even when you are inactive, the work is continuing in ways you cannot see. So, as you lie in the darkness, feel yourself being woven into the love of God. Feel the threads of His peace crossing over and under you, holding you secure. You are part of something vast, something eternal, something beautiful. There is no need to strive for a place, you already have one. There is no need to fear being lost. You are held in the design. The shuttle is still. The loom is quiet. The weaver watches over his work. And you, his precious thread, can rest. Sleep within the tapestry. Sleep woven in love. Section 18. The Chamber of Remembrance. Every heart has a secret chamber. It is not a place of hiding, but a place of truth. It is the inner sanctuary, the holy of holies within you, where God Himself has taken up residence. The noise of the day can make this chamber feel distant, its door obscured by piles of worry and to-do lists. But now, in the hush of the night, the path is clear. Let us go there now. In your mind's eye, see a long, quiet corridor within your own spirit. The walls are smooth and warm. The air is still and fragrant, like ancient cedar and myrrh. You walk down this corridor, and with each step, the sounds of the world fade until there is only the soft sound of your own heartbeat. At the end of the corridor is a door. It is not locked. It is made of a rich, dark wood, carved with symbols of peace. A dove, a lamb, a still vine. Place your hand on the door. It swings open without a sound. You are now in the chamber of remembrance. This is the place where God keeps His truths about you. It is not a chamber of your own memories, which can be flawed and painful. It is the chamber of His memories, His thoughts about you, which are too numerous to count and as perfect as His love. Look around. The room is circular and lit by a soft, golden light that has no visible source. On the walls are not pictures, but living, breathing truths. Come closer to one. Here is a truth. You are my beloved child. See the words not as letters, but as a flowing, liquid gold that forms and reforms the statement. Touch it. Feel the warmth of it. This is not a theory. It is a fact etched into the very fabric of the universe by the word of the King. Let this truth sink into you, displacing any feeling of being unloved or unnoticed. Walk to another. It says, I have loved you with an everlasting love. This truth is like a deep, steady drumbeat that resonates in your bones. It has no beginning and no end. It was true before you took your first breath, and it will be true after you take your last. It is the constant in the equation of your life. All other variables may change, but this one remains. Here is another. I know the plans I have for you, plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. This truth is like a smooth, well-worn path stretching out before you into a soft mist. You cannot see the end, but the path itself is solid and sure. You are not wandering. You are on a planned journey, and the planner is good. One more. Nothing can separate you from my love. These words are like an impenetrable shield, a fortress wall around your soul. No failure of today, no anxiety about tomorrow, no power in heaven or on earth can breach this wall. You are safe within the circle of this love. This chamber is your true home. This is where you live in the reality of what God says about you. The noisy, accusing, fearful world outside this chamber is the illusion. The peace in this room is the ultimate reality. Sit down in the center of the chamber. Breathe in the fragrant air of these truths. You do not need to strive to believe them. Simply allow them to believe you. Let them soak into your spirit, your subconscious, your very cells. Your God is remembering you, putting you back together according to His original, perfect design, using the glue of His own affirming word. You can come here anytime. This door is always open. And now, as you prepare to sleep, you do not leave this chamber. You bring it with you, for the God who inhabits this room now inhabits you. The truths on these walls are written on your heart. So close your eyes in the outer world, but know that your inner eyes are gazing upon these eternal realities. You are beloved. You are planned for. You are eternally loved. You are secure. Sleep in the chamber of remembrance. Sleep knowing who you are. Sleep safe in the truth. Section 19. The constellation of your breath. Look up now, not with your physical eyes, but with the eyes of your spirit. The ceiling of your room has dissolved, and you are gazing into the infinite expanse of the night sky. But this is not a sky you have ever seen before. This is the inner cosmos, the map of your own soul as seen from the vantage point of heaven. And here, the stars are not balls of fiery gas. They are the moments of your life. Each act of kindness you have ever offered shines as a soft gold star. Every moment you chose patience over frustration glows with a steady, blue light. Every word of truth you spoke, every time you forgave, every silent prayer you breathed, each one is a distinct and brilliant point of light in the personal galaxy of your being. Some are bright and vivid, recent victories of grace. Others are older, their light having traveled a long journey to reach this now, but no less beautiful for their distance. And what of the dark moments? The failures, the harsh words, the times you fell short? They are here too, but they are not merely dark voids. Look closer. They are veiled in a gentle, shimmering nebula of divine mercy. The light does not come from them, but it is reflected upon them from a greater source. They are not erased, but redeemed, transformed from black holes of shame into deep spaces that give the brighter stars their context and their glory. They are the negative space that makes the masterpiece of grace comprehensible. Now see the constellations. These are not the random patterns men have imagined onto the sky. These are the purposeful designs of the divine astronomer. He has connected the stars of your life. See, there is the constellation of provision, formed by stars of unexpected help and daily bread. There is guidance, a winding path of stars that marks every time you were led when you felt lost. And there, blazing with a particular beauty, is the constellation of rest, a cluster of all the moments you truly, fully let go and trusted in him, including this one. You are not a chaotic explosion of random events. You are an ordered, beautiful, and known galaxy. The one who numbers the stars and calls them each by name has numbered the hairs on your head and the breaths in your body. He has charted your course. He knows the trajectory of every joy and every sorrow. And he has promised that all of them are working together for your good, because you are loved by him. Your breathing now is the solar wind of this inner cosmos. With each inhale, you draw in the light of these stars, the very substance of God's grace that formed them. With each exhale, you release the cosmic dust of worry, the micrometeors of fear, into the vastness of his love where they are disintegrated into nothing. Feel the gentle, eternal rotation of this inner universe. It is not frantic. It moves with the slow, majestic, and sure pace of galactic time. Your anxieties are but a momentary flicker in this billion-year dance. Your soul is ancient, eternal, and it is spinning in the gravitational pull of a sun of righteousness that will never burn out. The greatest comfort is this: you are not the astronomer of this sky. You are not tasked with keeping the stars in their orbits or preventing supernovas. You are the sky itself, the beloved canvas upon which God is painting his masterpiece of redemption. Your job is not to control, but to behold, to wonder, to rest in the awe of what he has made and is making of you. So let your awareness expand to fill this inner cosmos. You are vast. You are full of his light. You are held in the infinite black velvet of his faithfulness. The quiet hum of the universe is his lullaby. The steady pulse of the distant quasars is the rhythm of his heart. Close your eyes to the small room. Open them to the infinite one within. You are a child of the stars, a citizen of heaven, a dwelling place of God. Sleep in your galaxy tonight. Sleep cradled in the cosmos of his care. Section 20. The anchor in the deep. There is a place below the storm, far beneath the churning surface of the sea, where waves toss and winds howl. There exists a realm of perfect calm. The water here is still and cold and clear. The light from above is a distant, dappled shimmer, but it provides no warmth. The warmth here comes from within, from the very core of the earth, and from the presence that dwells in this deep peace. You have been living on the surface. The waves of your day have been tossing you, waves of demand, waves of expectation, waves of disappointment. The winds of anxiety have been howling around you, threatening to capsize your small boat. But now you are called to the deep, not to struggle in the stormy depths, but to rest below them. Imagine your soul as a ship. For hours you have been fighting the storm, manning the sails, bailing water, your hands raw and your body aching with fatigue. But now you are done. You have reached the end of your own strength. And in that holy moment of exhaustion, you remember the anchor. The anchor is not a thing you possess. The anchor is a person. It is Christ in you, the hope of glory. With the last of your strength, you take hold of this truth and you let it go. You drop the anchor. You hear the chain rattle, a loud, decisive sound that cuts through the noise of the wind. It descends down, 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 through the turbulent waters, through the layers of your fear and striving, until it reaches the deep, still place. And then it finds the bottom, catches. The moment it catches, everything changes. On the surface, the storm may still rage. The waves may still crash against the hull. The wind may still scream in the rigging. But you are no longer at the mercy of the storm. You are held. The ship may swing and tug at the anchor line, but it cannot be driven onto the rocks, cannot be swept out to sea. It is secured by an unmovable hold on an unfathomable depth. This is the rest that remains for the people of God. It is not the absence of the storm, but the presence of an unshakable anchor. Your circumstances may not have changed, but your connection to reality has. You are now connected, not to the chaotic weather of your life, but to the solid rock of Christ's finished work. Feel the tension on the anchor line. It is not a tense, fraying rope. It is a sure, heavy chain, forged in the fires of grace, tested on the cross of Calvary. It will not break. It is designed to hold you through hurricanes. Feel the firm, unwavering grip of the anchor itself, dug deep into the bedrock of God's eternal covenant of love. You can stop fighting now. You can let the storm do its worst. Cannot harm you. You are held. The ship of your soul can rest, even while it is being tossed. The captain, the frantic, striving version of you, can now go below decks. He can retreat into the inner cabin of his heart, where it is quiet, and he can finally sleep, trusting the anchor to do its work. The deep waters around you now are not a threat. They are a blanket. They are the deep calls to deep of the Spirit of God. The pressures that felt crushing on the surface are here a comforting embrace, reminding you that you are encompassed by a reality greater than your problems. So tonight, know that the anchor has been dropped. It was dropped before you were even born, from the foundations of the world. Your simple act of faith tonight is not creating the anchor. It is simply ceasing to struggle against it. It is trusting that you are held. Let the sounds of the surface storm, your worries about tomorrow, your regrets from yesterday, become a distant, muffled noise. They are up there. You are down here, in the deep with God. There is only the quiet creak of the anchor chain, a lullaby of security. Sleep in the deep. Sleep held by the anchor. Sleep secure in the storm. Section 21. The hidden melody. Beneath the noise of the world, beneath the rumble of traffic, the cacophony of news, the clamor of your own thoughts, there is a hidden melody. It has been playing since before time began, a constant, harmonic thread woven into the fabric of creation. It is the song of the love that fuels the stars, the rhythm of the grace that holds the atoms together. Your soul, in its deepest essence, knows this tune. It is the music of your true home, and tonight, in the quiet, you are being invited to listen for it once again. Still yourself. Become a listening post. Let your attention sink down, past the surface chatter of your mind, down into the quiet core of your being. At first, you may hear only the physical sounds, the hum of an appliance, the whisper of air in the vents, the beat of your own heart. Listen to your heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. This is the drum section of the hidden melody. It is a steady, reliable rhythm, a gift from God that requires no conscious effort from you. It is the baseline of your existence, a constant reminder that you are alive and held in the pulse of life itself. Now listen deeper. past the drum. Can you hear it? A faint, high, crystal-clear note, like a single string on a violin being bowed by the wind. It is the note of I am. It is the eternal, self-existent sound of God's own being. It never changes. It never wavers. It is the fundamental pitch to which all of creation, whether it knows it or not, is meant to be tuned. Your anxieties are a dissonant chord, a clashing of notes that have drifted from this perfect pitch. But this core note remains, pure and unchanging, waiting for you to return to it. As you focus on this single, pure tone, you begin to hear other notes join in. They are the harmonies of God's attributes. A warm, rich cello note of faithfulness. A gentle, flowing flute melody of goodness. A strong, brass section of justice that is perfectly balanced by a soft, choral whisper of mercy. Together, they form a chord so beautiful, so complex, and so profoundly peaceful that it cannot be heard with the ear, only felt with the spirit. It is the sound of perfect shalom. Nothing missing, nothing broken. This is the music that was playing in the Garden of Eden during that first Sabbath walk. It is the song the angels sang over the fields of Bethlehem. It is the hymn that was on the lips of Christ as he breathed his last and said, "It is finished." The work of redemption is the great symphony, and this hidden melody is its central theme. Your life is an instrument in this grand orchestra. Some days you may feel like an out-of-tune piano, your keys sticking, your strings loose. Other days you may feel like a silent drum. But the great conductor has never stopped hearing the perfect music you were created to play. He is not frustrated by your dissonance. He is patiently, lovingly retuning you. The pressures of your day, the moments of quiet, the joys and the sorrows, all of them are his tuning fork, his gentle adjustments to bring you back into harmony with the hidden melody. Tonight, he is not asking you to play a complex solo. He is not even asking you to read sheet music. He is simply asking you to stop making your own noise so that you can resonate with his song, to be a silent, open string that he can play upon. Your surrender is the opening that allows the music to flow through you. So, let your body become the instrument. Feel the hidden melody vibrating in your bones. Feel the steady rhythm of your heart syncing with the divine drumbeat. Feel the pure note of I am silencing the chaotic thoughts in your mind. You are not creating the music. You are being played upon by the master musician. Your rest is the beautiful, resonant sound that results. There are no words to this song. It is older than language. It is the first language. It is the language of being, of love, of rest. Let it soak into you. Let it loosen the tight muscles, smooth the furrowed brow, and calm the restless spirit. You are being sung to sleep by the universe itself, by the God who is both the singer and the song. Listen, listen. You are not alone in the silence. You are surrounded by a symphony. You are not striving to find peace. You are learning to hear the peace that has always been there. Sleep now to the hidden melody. Sleep and be retuned. Sleep and become the music. Section 22. The unfailing hearth. In the center of the universe, there is not a cold void or a chaotic explosion. There is a hearth, a great stone fireplace where a fire burns with an eternal, undying flame. This is the heart of God. It is the source of all warmth, all light, all life. From this single hearth, every sun in every galaxy is kindled. Every spark of love in every creature is a tiny ember thrown from this great fire. And tonight you are drawn close to its warmth. Imagine yourself journeying through a cold, vast landscape. The day has been like this, a long walk through a world that can often feel chilling in its indifference or its demands. Your fingers are cold. Your feet are numb. A deep chill has settled in your bones, the residue of stress, of loneliness, of fear. You see a light in the distance. It is not a harsh electric light, but the warm, orange, pulsating glow of a great fire. You move toward it. As you approach, you feel the first waves of its heat on your face. It is not a scorching heat, but a penetrating, soothing warmth that begins to thaw you from the outside in. You step into the circle of its light. You are now in the great hall of the king, and the hearth is its centerpiece. The fire crackles with a soft, friendly sound. The logs are the eternal covenants of God, promises that never burn up, but release endless heat and light. Come closer. Sit on the warm stone of the hearth. Hold out your hands to the flame. See how the light plays upon your skin, how the cold blueness of your veins is replaced with a healthy, warm glow. This fire is the love of God. It is a consuming fire, but it does not consume you. It consumes only what is cold and dead within you. It burns away the frost of regret. It melts the ice of shame. It vaporizes the frigid fog of anxiety. The warmth is now seeping into your chest, wrapping around your heart. Your heart, which has felt so small and clenched against the cold, begins to unclench. It begins to beat in a slower, more relaxed rhythm, like the slow, lazy pop and crackle of the burning logs. The warmth moves down your arms, into your hands that have worked and grasped and held on so tightly. They relax, fingers uncurling, resting open and receptive on your lap. The heat flows down your legs, into your feet that have carried you so far, that have ached for a place to stop. The numbness recedes, replaced by a feeling of being firmly, warmly planted on a foundation of everlasting kindness. You are not just near the fire. You are being invited into it, not to be burned, but to be purified and warmed to your very core. This is the baptism of the Spirit and of fire, a fire that comforts rather than destroys. Step into the flame, parts for you like a curtain. Inside, it is not a violent inferno, but a room of brilliant, golden light. You can see nothing but the light, feel nothing but the all-encompassing, blissful warmth. You are immersed in the love of God. There is no you and the fire. There is only the warm love. This is your true environment. This is the climate of heaven, and it is your inherited home. The cold world is the temporary anomaly. This warmth is the eternal reality. The memory of this hearth is woven into your DNA, which is why a real, physical fire is so comforting to us. It is an echo of our true home. The fire speaks without words. It says, "I will never go out. I will never be extinguished. No storm can put me out. No night can overcome my light. I have burned for all eternity, and I will burn for all eternity to come. And you, my child, will never be cast out from my warmth." So, as you lie in your bed, imagine this divine hearth in the room with you. Its light is the night light that banishes all shadows of fear. Its heat is the blanket that covers you more surely than any quilt. The crackle of its logs is the sound that masks the whisper of worries. You are safe. You are warm. You are home. Sleep by the unfailing hearth. Sleep in the everlasting light. Sleep in the eternal warmth of God. Section 23. The silent language of the stones. If you listen closely, the very earth beneath you tells a story of rest. The scriptures say that if humanity were silent, the very stones would cry out in praise. Tonight, let us learn their silent language. Your body, made from the dust of the earth, remembers this tongue. It is the language of patient endurance, of deep-rooted peace, of a stability that does not need to speak to be known. Imagine yourself not lying on a bed, but lying on a great, warm, flat stone, perhaps in a meadow under the open sky. This stone has been here for thousands of years. It has felt the pressure of glaciers and the gentle touch of spring wildflowers. It has been warmed by a billion sunrises and cooled by a billion moons. It has been washed by endless rains and scoured by countless winds. And through it all, it has remained. It has not fought the rain. It has allowed itself to be cleansed. It has not resisted the sun. It has absorbed its warmth. It has not fled the winter. It has endured, knowing the spring would come. This is the rest of the stone. It is a rest that comes from accepting its place in the hand of God and the flow of time. It does not strive to be a mountain. It is content to be a stone, a vital part of the landscape, a resting place for the weary, a foundation for the soil. Feel this solidity now beneath you. Let your own weight sink into it. The stone does not yield, but it supports you completely. It bears your burden without complaint, without strain. This is the rock that is higher than I that the psalmist spoke of. It is Christ, the cornerstone. You are resting upon a foundation that cannot be shaken. The earthquakes of circumstance may tremble the ground around you, but this rock remains steadfast. Your peace is not based on the stability of your life, but on the stability of the rock upon which your life is built. Now, imagine the slow, patient life of the stone. It does not hurry. This transformation is measured in millennia, not moments. Your own healing, your own growth into peace, does not need to be rushed. God is not anxious about your progress. He is working on a geological timescale, patiently wearing away the sharp edges of your character with the gentle, persistent flow of His Spirit, smoothing you into a stone of grace. The stone is also a record. Within its layers are fossils, imprints of ancient lives. Your own life has its layers. Layers of joy fossilized into permanent gratitude. Layers of sorrow pressed into diamonds of compassion. God sees them all. He does not discard the layers. He reads them as the story of His beloved child. He values every era of your existence. Breathe in the scent of the earth, of the moss that grows at the stone's edge. This is the smell of humility, of being close to the ground, of knowing your origin and finding peace in it. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. But it is a dust loved and animated by the very breath of God. There is no shame in this. There is profound peace. It is the peace of being a created being, dependent on a loving Creator. So tonight, become like the stone. Be silent. Be still. Be heavy with peace. Let the pressures of the day wash over you like rain, and then drain away. Let the warmth of God's love sink into your very core, as the sun warms the stone. You do not need to do anything. You only need to be a resting, receptive, steadfast presence in His creation. The stone does not ask for anything. It simply rests in the field of the world, held by the earth, watched over by the sky. You are that stone. You are held. You are watched over. Sleep with the patience of the earth. Sleep in the silence of the stones. Section 24. The Great Library of Acquittal. In the city of God, there is a library, but it is not a library of knowledge. It is a library of record. It contains the books of every life, every word, every deed, every secret thought. The thought of this can be terrifying, but tonight you are invited to see your own volume and to witness the miracle that has been performed upon it. You approach the library. It is made of a luminous, white stone, and its doors are open wide. You walk through corridors that stretch into infinity, lined with shelves that reach an impossible height. Every book is bound in a unique cover, the color of a soul. You need not search for yours. You are drawn to it, as a child is drawn to its mother. You take it down. It is heavier than you expected. With a trembling hand, you open it. You see your story written there, the good, the bad, the mundane, the glorious, the shameful. You see the words you wish you could take back, etched in a stark, black ink. You see the kind deeds you had forgotten, glowing with a soft light. You turn to the page from today. There is the impatient thought, the moment of vanity, the hidden judgment. The weight of the book feels like guilt. But then you see another hand at work in the margins. A hand that writes in a liquid, living gold. Next to the record of your failure, it writes, "Covered by the blood of the Lamb." And as the golden words are written, the black ink beneath them begins to fade, not to disappear, but to be transformed. The failure is no longer a stain of accusation. It becomes a lesson in a greater story of grace. It becomes a testament to the mercy that intervened. You see another entry, a sin you have carried for years. The golden script writes, "Remember no more," and the very memory on the page becomes soft, blurred, like a photograph left in the rain. The sharp pain of it is gone, replaced by a gentle sorrow that leads to gratitude. Page after page, the story is being rewritten. The narrative of sinner is being gently, firmly, edited into the narrative of saint. The story of orphan is being transformed into the story of beloved child. The author of life is becoming the editor of your story, and he is a master of redemption. He does not tear out the painful pages. He transfigures them, weaving them into a plotline that leads to life and glory. Now, you come to the final page. It is blank. It is the page for tomorrow. And at the top of the page, the golden hand has already written a heading. It does not say, "A day to be perfect." It does not say, "A day to avoid failure." It says, simply, "A day to be loved, a day to abide." A great peace washes over you. You close the book. This weight is different now. It is no longer the heavy weight of a ledger of debt, but the substantial weight of a story of salvation. It is the weight of a life that matters, a life that has been fought for and redeemed. You place the book back on the shelf. You realize that every book in this infinite library has the same editor. Every story is being rewritten by the same hand of grace. You are not alone in your failure or in your redemption. The library is not a hall of judgment. It is a gallery of grace. It is the evidence that every soul is known, every tear is recorded, and every sin is covered for those who are in Christ. You are free from the law of sin and death. The verdict is in not guilty. The judge has banged his gavel, and it was the sound of a hammer on a cross. So tonight, lay down the burden of your own record-keeping. Stop trying to write your own story of justification. The final draft has already been published in heaven, and the review is glorious. Your name is written in the Lamb's Book of Life, and that is the only entry that ultimately matters. Sleep knowing the book is closed. Sleep knowing the verdict is love. Sleep acquitted and free. Sleep in the great library of God's forgetful mercy. Section 25. The Cedars of Lebanon. The scriptures speak of the righteous man as a tree planted by streams of water. But not just any tree. Imagine the great cedars of Lebanon, the very trees used to build the temple of God. They were renowned for their strength, their fragrant, insect-repelling wood, and their majestic, enduring presence. They grew slowly on mountain slopes, weathering fierce winds and harsh winters, their roots digging deep into the rocky soil over centuries. They were a symbol of stability, glory, and holiness. Tonight, you are that cedar. You are not a sapling, fragile and easily bent. You are a mature tree in the forest of God's planting. Your roots are your faith. Feel them now, not as tiny tendrils, but as great, strong, woody anchors reaching deep into the substrata of God's promises. They push past the shallow soil of circumstance, down into the bedrock of His eternal covenant. They wrap around the stone of, "I will never leave you nor forsake you." They draw moisture from the deep aquifer of, "My grace is sufficient for you." No surface drought can affect you. Your nourishment comes from the deep places. Your trunk is your character, formed over years of sun and storm. It is marked, perhaps. There are scars from lost branches, from lightning strikes of grief, from the gnawing of past regrets. But these scars are not weaknesses. They are testaments to your endurance. They have been sealed with the resin of God's healing grace. Your trunk is strong, its core unshakable, because the Spirit of God has taken up residence within you, an inner pillar of fire and strength. Your branches are your influence, your reach into the world. They are not tense, grasping things. They are broad, welcoming, and restful. They provide shade for the weary, a perch for the birds of the air, a structure for the climbing vines of other souls who need support. And right now, in the stillness of the night, these branches are not straining. They are resting, lifted towards the heavens in a posture of silent reception, awaiting the sun. Your leaves, countless as your thoughts, are rustling with a soft, sighing prayer, "Abba, Father." A sound so constant you are no longer conscious of it, a prayer as natural as breathing. The wind is blowing. It is the wind of circumstance, of the spirit of change. A lesser tree might snap or be uprooted. But you, the cedar, do not fight the wind. You yield to it. You allow it to pass through your branches, knowing that your flexibility is part of your strength. You sway, but you do not break. The wind does not define you. It only reveals the depth of your roots. The storm does not create your strength. It merely demonstrates the strength that has been growing in secret for a long, long time. And you are not alone in this forest. You are part of a great grove of God's planting. The The saints who have gone before you are the ancient, towering trees whose fallen leaves have enriched the soil you grow in. The believers around the world are your fellow cedars, each standing in their own place, together forming a barrier against the storms, a sanctuary of peace. You are connected at the root level through the Spirit, a hidden, symbiotic network of mutual support and prayer. So tonight, feel the solid, immovable truth of your trunk. Feel the deep, searching peace of your roots. Feel the wide, generous rest of your branches. You are not a weed to be tossed about. You are a cedar of the Lord, planted for His glory. The night is your time of deepest growth. In the quiet, without the sun driving photosynthesis, the tree consolidates its gains, sends its roots deeper, and repairs itself. So it is with you. Your sleep is not wasted time. It is God's appointed time for deep, spiritual consolidation, for the repair of your soul, for the strengthening of your roots in Him. Sleep as the cedar sleeps, standing tall, yet fully at rest. Sleep, grounded in the mountain of His love. Sleep, a holy temple in the Lord. Section 26. The refraction of the prism. White light appears simple, but within it lies a hidden universe of color. It takes a prism, a clear, cut piece of glass, to reveal the glorious spectrum within. The struggles, the joys, the mundane tasks, and the profound moments of your life are like that white light. On the surface, they can seem like a single, often confusing beam of experience. But God is the master prism. He takes the pure, often harsh, light of your reality and bends it, revealing the hidden, beautiful colors that were there all along. Think of a difficulty you faced today. Perhaps it was a frustration, a delay, a moment of conflict. In the moment, it was just a glaring, uncomfortable light. But now, hold it up to the prism of God's perspective. See how it breaks apart. The frustration reveals a streak of deep patience, a color you did not know you possessed. The delay shimmers with the silver of trust, a forced reliance on a timing not your own. The conflict, when viewed through grace, shows a faint but beautiful line of forgiveness, a color more precious than ruby. Your life is not a single note. It is a chord. It is not one color, but a rainbow. The pain holds the deep violet of compassion. The joy blazes with the yellow of gratitude. The service glows with the green of growth. The waiting shimmers with the blue of hope. Even the gray, monotonous days have their own hue, the color of faithfulness in the ordinary. You are the prism. Your surrendered heart, your willingness to trust God with your experiences, is the clear glass that allows His light to be broken into its constituent beauties. A heart clouded by bitterness or self-pity cannot perform this refraction. It only casts a shadow. But a heart cleansed by grace and stilled by trust becomes a perfect instrument for revealing the manifold wisdom and beauty of God. The light source itself is God, the Father of lights, in whom there is no variation or shadow due to change. He is constant. His love is the unwavering, brilliant beam. Your circumstances are merely the angle at which this eternal light strikes your soul. Different angles produce different colors, but the source is always good, always love. Tonight, look back over the tapestry of your day not as a judge, but as a gemologist. Look for the colors. Find the fleck of gold in the mud of a mistake. See the deep sapphire of peace that was found in the midst of chaos. Acknowledge the fiery red of a passion that was stirred, or the gentle pink of a kindness received. There is no experience wasted in the economy of God. There is no light that He cannot refract into a color that will, in the final weaving, contribute to the breathtaking masterpiece that is your life in Christ. You are not defined by any single color, but by the glorious, complex, and unique spectrum that is you. So, as you close your eyes, do not see darkness. See the afterimage of the day's colors, now softening, blending into a beautiful, muted painting. Let the master artist mix them on his palette. Tomorrow he will paint with them again. Sleep, beloved prism. Sleep in the knowledge that even your struggles are creating beauty. Sleep while the light of the world shines through you, revealing hues of glory you cannot yet see. Section 27. The unchanging rhythm of the shore. There is a rhythm older than time, a mantra spoken by the earth itself. It is the rhythm of the shore, the endless, patient cycle of the wave washing upon the sand, and then retreating, in and out, advance and release. This is the rhythm of grace, the heartbeat of God's faithfulness towards you. Come now in your mind to this shore. It is night. The moon, that silent silver sentinel, paints a path of light across the dark water. Take off the shoes of your striving and feel the cool, damp sand beneath your feet. It is firm yet yielding. It has supported countless waves and countless pilgrims, and it supports you now. Watch the waves. They are not frantic. They do not hurry. They arrive in their own time, each one a perfect, curling entity of power and peace. They break upon the sand with a great, hushed shhhhh sound, the very sound of silence itself. This is the sound of your worries being washed away. Each concern you name, your health, your family, your work, your future, see it written in the sand. And then watch as a wave of grace approaches, covers it completely, and when it retreats, the writing is gone. The sand is smooth again, clean, new. The wave does not ask if the sand is worthy of being cleansed. It simply washes it. This is God's unconditional, relentless, cleansing love. It comes to you not because you have achieved a state of perfect rest, but because it is its nature to come. It is the tide of mercy, and it is never out. Now the retreating wave pulls back, drawing with it the silt and debris. This is the release. This is the letting go. You cannot hold the wave. You can only allow it to perform its work of washing and of withdrawal. So it is with the Spirit. You cannot hold onto a feeling of peace. You cannot grasp a spiritual experience. You can only receive the inflow of grace, and then release your grip, allowing it to pull your fears and sins out into the deep sea of His forgetfulness. In and out, receive and release, grace and trust. This rhythm is the antithesis of anxiety. Anxiety is a clenched fist, a held breath. Rest is this open-handed, rhythmic breathing with the tide of God. Your own breathing is now syncing with this ancient, marine meter. Your inhale is the wave of grace flowing in. Your exhale is the release of all that is not grace flowing out. You are not the wave. You are not the ocean. You are the shore. You are the beloved landscape that this eternal, loving ocean kisses again and again and again. You are being shaped by this constant, gentle attention. The rough edges of your character are being smoothed into pebbles of grace. The landscape of your soul is being sculpted into a thing of beauty by this patient, persistent love. No storm can change the fundamental nature of the tide. It may rage and crash for a night, but the rhythm will reassert itself. The moon will pull the water, and the waves will return to their gentle, persistent work. So it is with the circumstances of your life. They may storm, but the underlying rhythm of God's faithful love for you is unchangeable, governed by a force more constant than the moon. So stand here on the shore of sleep. Feel the infinite patience of the ocean of God. There is no hurry. There is only this moment, this wave, this cleansing, this release. Over and over, for all the nights of your life, this rhythm will hold you. Let the sound of the waves fill your mind. Let the rhythm become your own. You are the shore. You are being washed. You are being made new. Sleep to the rhythm of the eternal tide. Sleep. Section 28. The finished tapestry of time. You perceive your life as a thread, moving from the spool of the future onto the loom of the present, creating a pattern that is unfinished, uncertain. But from the vantage point of eternity, where God dwells, the tapestry is complete. He is the one who declares the end from the beginning. He sees the first knot and the final glorious fringe all at once. The tension you feel is the strain of being within the timeline, unable to see the beautiful whole. Tonight, let faith grant you a glimpse of this finished work. Imagine the great tapestry of your life, not as a half-woven mystery on a loom, but as a completed masterpiece, hanging in the great hall of your heavenly Father. It is vast, intricate, and breathtakingly beautiful. Step back and look at it. The dark threads are there, the times of grief, of confusion, of failure. But from this perspective, you see they are not flaws. They are the threads that give depth and contrast. They make the bright gold threads of joy shine all the more brilliantly. They create the shadows that make the image three-dimensional and real. A tapestry made only of pastel colors would be flat and uninspiring. It is the dark threads that make it a masterpiece of drama and redemption. See how every thread is connected. That painful event from years ago, a dark, jagged line, you now see was skillfully woven into the emergence of a strength you didn't know you had. That lost opportunity, a seeming hole, was actually the space through which a brighter, more beautiful thread of a different blessing was later drawn. Every no was making room for a more perfect yes. Now look for your own hand in the tapestry. You see it, your choices, your efforts, your loves. But you also see another hand, a greater weaver, working alongside your own clumsy attempts. Where your thread became tangled, his hand gently, miraculously, untangled it and rewove it into the pattern. Where you ran out of thread, he provided a new spool of a color more magnificent than you could have imagined. The masterpiece is a collaboration, but the overriding design, the glorious vision, is unquestionably his. The worries you carry for tomorrow, they are already woven in. The outcome you fear, the hope you cherish, they are already part of the picture, and they are beautiful. They are not monstrous blots. They are integral parts of a harmonious whole. From this finished perspective, there is nothing to fear. Every thread has its perfect place. This finished tapestry is the rest that God entered after creation. He looked at your life as part of his whole creation and saw that it was very good. He is not anxious about your tomorrow. He is at rest in the perfection of the work he has accomplished in you. So now, lay down the burden of being the weaver. You are not responsible for the final pattern. You are called to be a faithful, trusting thread, responding to the gentle pull of the master weaver's hand. Your anxiety is the fear of a thread that cannot see the pattern. Your rest is the trust of a thread that knows the weaver is good. Sleep tonight as a completed work in the mind of God. Sleep knowing the final pattern is one of victory and beauty. Sleep secure in the tapestry of grace. The weaving is complete. The weaver is at rest. And so now can you be? Section 29. The astronomy of rest. There is an astronomy of the spirit, a celestial order to the ways of God with the human soul. You feel yourself to be a solitary traveler on a dark plain, but from the vantage point of heaven, you are a celestial body in a precisely ordered system, held in a perfect, gravitational dance of grace. Consider the moon. It has no light of its own. Its silver glow is entirely borrowed. A reflection of a sun it cannot see while it shines in the darkness. This is you tonight. You may feel you have no inner light, no strength, no warmth to offer. But you are not called to generate your own light. You are called to orient yourself toward the sun. Your rest, your peace, your very life in this dark hour is a reflection of his radiant, unending glory. The world lies in darkness, but you can shine with a borrowed light, a reflected peace that testifies to a sun that has not truly set. Your sleep is a trusting surrender that the sun of righteousness will rise again with healing in his wings, and you, in your proper orbit, will continue to reflect him. Now, consider the planets. They do not fly randomly through the void. They are held in their elliptical paths by the relentless, loving pull of the sun's gravity. Their path is not always a perfect circle. Sometimes they are closer to the sun, sometimes farther away, in a rhythm known as seasons. Your own spiritual life has these seasons. There are times of felt closeness, of warming joy, and times of apparent distance, of cooler faith. But the gravitational pull of the Father's love is constant. You are never flung from the system. Your aphelion of doubt and your perihelion of certainty are both part of the same, stable orbit around his heart. The force that holds you is greater than the force of your own wandering. You can rest from the fear of flying off into the void. You are held. Look at the stars. They are fixed in their constellations. This does not mean they are motionless, but that their motion relative to one another is so slow, so patient, as to be a constant guide across millennia. They are the faithful witnesses in the sky. The promises of God are your fixed stars. I will never leave you. My grace is sufficient. All things work together for good. They do not shift. They may be clouded over by the storms of life, but the navigator knows they are still there, unchanging. You can set the course of your life and your rest by them. You do not need to recalculate their position each night. They are faithful and true. And what of the comets? Those celestial wanderers with their long, elliptical orbits, who spend most of their time in the cold, dark outer reaches of the system, only to blaze gloriously for a brief period when they swing near the sun. Some souls are like comets. They experience long stretches of silence, of distance, of cold obedience, followed by sudden, brilliant seasons of revival and visible glory. If you are in a cold season, take heart. Your orbit, too, is held by the sun. Your return is certain. The darkness is not your home. It is simply a part of your path. You can rest even in the long, quiet journey, knowing the sun's pull is upon you. You are part of this cosmic dance. Your breathing is the solar wind. Your heartbeat is the pulse of a distant quasar. The silent, majestic, and utterly reliable laws that govern the cosmos are the same principles of faithfulness that govern God's love for you. He is the great physicist of the soul, and his law is love, his force is grace. So, as you lie in the darkness of your room, feel yourself as a celestial body in the great galaxy of God. You are not lost. You are not adrift. You are held in the precise, loving, and powerful orbit of his will. You are reflecting his light. You are following your course. The same voice that commanded the stars into their choir is singing over you now. Sleep under the witness of the fixed stars of promise. Sleep, held in the gravity of grace. Sleep and reflect the light of the unseen sun. Section 30. The deep grammar of peace. Before a single word was spoken into the silence of creation, there was a grammar. A deep, invisible structure of meaning, relationship, and order. This is the logos, the word, the underlying reason and logic of all things. And the scriptures declare that this logos became flesh and dwelt among us. The logic of the universe is not a cold, mathematical equation. It is a person, and his name is Jesus. The deep grammar of all existence is love. Your life, with all its seeming chaos and fragmented stories, is a sentence in the great story God is telling. Sometimes the sentence feels poorly punctuated. It feels like a run-on of weariness, a fragment of disappointment, a jumble of clauses that don't connect. You try to parse it, to diagram it, to find the subject and verb and make it make sense. This striving is the exhaustion of self-reliance. But tonight, you are invited to hand the sentence of your life to the original grammarian. He reads it not to correct it with a red pen, but to reveal the beautiful, hidden meaning that has been there all along. He shows you that what you thought was a disruptive comma, a pause, a delay, was actually a necessary clause to build suspense and highlight the main verb. What you saw as a painful exclamation point of crisis was actually emphasizing a turning point of grace. The semicolon you thought signaled an end was, in his reading, a connection to a deeper, more beautiful thought. The subject of your sentence is not I. The subject is Christ in me. The main verb is not strive, but abide. The object is not success, but rest. When you understand this deep grammar, the entire sentence shifts. It becomes a declarative statement of peace, rather than a frantic, interrogative plea. The anxieties that plague you are like spelling errors, typos introduced by the enemy, the father of lies. They are fear instead of faith, worry instead of worship, alone instead of beloved. The Spirit is the divine spell check, the gentle autocorrect of the soul, who highlights these errors and, with your permission, replaces them with the true words, the vocabulary of heaven. Your rest tonight is a syntactic event. It is you aligning your life sentence with the true grammar of God's kingdom. It is choosing to place yourself in the passive voice, I am being held, rather than the active, striving voice of, I must hold everything together. It is accepting that you are the object of the verb to love and the subject of the verb to receive. This divine grammar is not a rigid, confining set of rules. It is the liberating structure that makes beautiful communication possible. A song without rhythm is noise. A language without grammar is babble. Your soul, when it rests in the grammar of grace, becomes a sonnet, a love letter from God to the world. So, let the sentence of today be written. Let the paragraph of this night be composed. Do not struggle to edit it yourself. You are the text, not the editor. Trust the author. Trust the grammarian. His narrative voice is reliable. His story always ends in redemption. Sleep and let the logos rearrange the syntax of your soul. Sleep in the confidence that your story is grammatically correct in the language of heaven. Sleep, a well-punctuated piece in the great story of God. Section 31. The unopened gift of this moment. You are surrounded by gifts you have not yet opened. The present moment, this very breath, this heartbeat, is a package wrapped in the paper of now, tied with the ribbon of God's immediate presence. We spend so much of our lives worrying over the torn wrapping paper of yesterday or anxiously shaking the boxes of tomorrow, that we forget to receive the gift that is placed directly into our hands, the eternal now. This moment, as you read these words, is that gift. It is not empty. It is not merely a stepping stone to a better future. It is saturated with the presence of the I Am. His name is not I was, nor I will be. It is I Am. He meets you here in the now. His peace, his joy, his strength are not reserved for a future date when your problems are solved. They are the very contents of this present moment, waiting to be unwrapped by faith. Imagine this moment as a beautifully wrapped box. Feels light in your hands. There is no tag because it is a universal gift for all his children, but it is also profoundly personal, as if made for you alone. The wrapping paper is the circumstance of this instant, the quiet of your room, the weight of the blankets, the sound of your breath. Do not judge the wrapping. Sometimes the paper is rough and ugly, the ribbon frayed by pain. But the giver is always good, and the contents are always grace. Now begin to unwrap it. Do not rush. Feel the paper. This is the practice of mindfulness, of anchoring your soul in the present. Notice the texture. This is the feeling of the sheet against your skin. Listen to the sound it makes. This is the soft sigh of your breathing. This is not a distraction from God. It is the way you open the gift He has given. As the paper falls away, you see the box itself. It is plain, perhaps made of a simple, smooth wood. This is the reality of your life, stripped of your commentary and judgment. It just is. Now lift the lid. Inside, you will not find a solution to all your problems. You will not find a map to an easier life. You will find only one thing, but it is the one thing that transforms everything. The manifest presence of Jesus. It is a presence that feels like a warm light, a comforting weight, a silent I am here. This is the peace that surpasses understanding. It does not surpass understanding because it is illogical, but because its source is not in changed circumstances, but in the unchanging person who now fills your present moment. This gift is being given to you anew with every second. The moment you just unwrapped is gone, and already another is in your hands. You are infinitely rich, perpetually receiving. Your weariness comes from living in the memory of last year's gifts, or in the hope of next year's, while letting the present gifts pile up, unopened, around you. The practice of rest, of sleep itself, is the ultimate act of receiving this present gift. You are saying, in this moment, I will do nothing. I will strive for nothing. I will simply receive the gift of unconsciousness, the gift of trust, the gift of your watchful care over a world I cannot control. You are opening the box labeled night and finding inside the jewel of trust. So now, feel the gift of this moment in your body. The weight of your limbs is the gift of gravity, holding you to the earth, to reality. The rhythm of your heart is the gift of life, sustained without your effort. The darkness behind your eyelids is the gift of mystery, inviting you to trust what you cannot see. You are not waiting for peace to arrive. It is already here in the box of this moment. Unwrap it with your surrender. Receive it with your trust. Sleep is the final unwrapping. It is letting the gift of this night consume you. Sleep and receive the unending gift of the present God. Sleep, for the I Am is watching over you now. Section 32. The deep well of remembering. Within you, deeper than memory, there is a well. It is not a well of your own past experiences, but the well of God's remembering. This is where He keeps His promises, His covenants, His faithfulness toward you. The water in this well is clear and ancient, and it holds the reflection of who you were always meant to be. The noise of the day, the shouts of your failures, the drip, drip, drip of anxiety. These have a way of piling stones over the mouth of this well, making its waters seem distant and inaccessible. You feel parched, unable to draw up the comfort you know is supposed to be there. The effort to remember God's goodness feels like trying to lift a heavy bucket from a great depth with a frayed rope. Tonight, you are not asked to draw the water. You are invited to listen to it. Come and sit on the moss-covered stone rim of the well. Lean over and look down. It is dark, but you can hear it. A deep, resonant, echoing drip, the sound of water hitting water. This is the sound of promise. Each drip is a "I will never leave you." Another is "My love endures forever." Another is "You are mine." The sound echoes in the deep chamber, multiplying, until it is not a single voice but a chorus of faithfulness. A symphony of remembrance sung by the cloud of witnesses, by the angels, by the very stones of creation. This well is the collective memory of God's goodness, and you are connected to it. Now see a figure approaching. It is the Holy Spirit, the remembrancer. In His hands, He does not carry a bucket, but a cup. He is the one who draws from the deep things of God and gives them to you. He dips the cup into the well and brings it to your lips. "Drink," He says. "Remember, you drink." The water is cool and has a taste you cannot place. It tastes like covenant, like oath, like a sworn promise from the King of the universe. It is the water of "it is finished." As you drink, your own faulty remembering begins to be overwritten by His perfect remembering. You don't just recall that God is faithful. You know it in the depths of your spirit, as a fact more solid than the ground beneath you. He gives you another cup. This one holds the memory of your identity. You drink, and you remember that you are not a failure, but a forgiven saint. You are not an orphan, but a beloved child. You are not a victim of chaos, but a citizen of a well-ordered kingdom. These are not new facts. They are the deep, true facts that the dust of the day has covered over. The Spirit is washing that dust away. The well is infinitely deep. It is fed by the river that flows from the throne of God. You cannot exhaust it. You can come to it 1,000 times 1,000, and it will always have fresh, living water for you. Your dryness is not a reflection of the well's capacity, but of your distance from its rim. So tonight you have come. You have sat down. You have stopped trying to haul the water yourself. You have let the remembrancer serve you. The stones of anxiety have been rolled away by the gentle hands of grace. Let the sound of the deep, dripping promise be the only rhythm in your mind. Let the taste of the covenant water be the only flavor on your tongue. You are remembered by God. You are known. You are loved from a depth you cannot fathom. Sleep by the well. Sleep, and let the remembrancer sing the stories of God's faithfulness over you until morning. Sleep, and drink deeply of peace. Section 33, the unchoreographed dance. There is a dance that requires no learning, a movement that flows not from practiced steps but from a yielded spirit. It is the dance of surrender, and the music is the heartbeat of God. You have been taught your entire life to choreograph your own movements, to plan your steps, to anticipate the rhythm of the world, to perform for an unseen audience of expectations. This is the source of much of your fatigue. Tonight, you are invited to a different dance floor under different stars. Imagine a great open ballroom under a night sky. The floor is smooth and cool. At first, you stand at the edge watching others. They move with a beautiful, unforced grace, but their steps are all unique. There is no uniformity, yet there is a profound and beautiful harmony. This is the dance of the saints, each one moving to the same music, but expressed through the unique instrument of their own life. You are afraid to step out. What if you misstep? What if your movement is clumsy? But then you see the partner. He is the Lord of the dance, and he is walking towards you. His eyes are kind, his hands are scarred, and his posture is one of infinite invitation. He does not ask you if you know the steps. He simply holds out his hand. You take it. His grip is firm and sure. He draws you into the center of the floor. Close your eyes, he whispers. Don't try to lead. Don't try to follow. Just let the music move you. I will bear your weight. You close your eyes. The music is not something you hear with your ears. It is a vibration you feel in your soul. The deep cello of divine sorrow that understands your pain. The bright flute of joy that calls you heavenward. The steady drum of promise that will not break rhythm. It is the music of the spheres, the song of salvation. And you begin to move. It is not a dramatic, sweeping motion. It is a slow, gentle sway. Your head finds rest on his shoulder. Your feet, so tired from their own frantic running, now simply shift their weight, carried by the current of the melody. You are not dancing for him. You are dancing with him. Your will and his are becoming one motion. Your breath is synced to his. This is the true meaning of "Thy will be done." It is not a grim resignation. It is a graceful, trusting dance. The worries that plagued you are like a critic standing at the edge of the ballroom, shouting instructions. But the music of grace is louder. The grip of your partner is stronger. You can no longer hear the critic's voice. You are too absorbed in the dance. This dance is your rest. It is the cessation of your own frantic choreography and the joyful entry into his divine movement. Your life is no longer a performance to be judged, but a dance to be shared. The struggles of tomorrow are merely a change in the music's tempo, a new movement in the symphony to which you will sway and turn, always held, always guided. So now, in your bed, let your body enter this dance. Feel the partner's arms around you. Feel the slow, sure rhythm of grace. There is no right or wrong. There is only yielding. There is only trust. Let the music of the night, the silent hymn of the stars, carry you. Sleep is the deepest part of the dance, where you fully surrender your consciousness, trusting that the partner will never let you go, that the music will never stop, and that you will be held in the divine movement until the dawn. Sleep in the arms of the Lord of the dance. Sleep, and let your spirit sway to the music of heaven. Sleep, your soul a perfect, silent waltz with God. Section 34. The Alchemy of the Night. The dark of night is not merely an absence of light. In the hands of God, it is a crucible. It is a sacred workshop where the base metals of the day, your fears, your frustrations, your half-formed prayers, and your weary efforts, are transformed into the gold of wisdom and the silver of strength. While you sleep, the divine alchemist is at work. Consider the day you have just lived. It was full of raw, unrefined ore. The irritation you felt in the traffic jam was a rough, heavy stone of impatience. The anxiety about a conversation was a jagged shard of fear. The mundane task you performed without thinking was a common pebble of habit. You collected these all day, carrying them in the sack of your soul, feeling their cumulative weight. Now you lay down this burden. You pour the contents of the sack into the crucible of the night. The alchemist receives it all. He does not discard a single piece. In the fierce, gentle heat of his presence, the transformation begins. Watch in your spirit as the fires of grace lick around the ore of your impatience. It does not burn away. It melts. The hard, rigid stone becomes a liquid pool, and as it cools, it is no longer brittle impatience, but a malleable, useful understanding. The understanding that others are as weary as you are, that schedules are not God's, and that peace is a better pace. The alchemist has turned impatience into patience. The jagged shard of your fear is plunged into the waters of his promise. There is a hiss of steam, and when it emerges, the sharp edges are gone. It has been smoothed into a talisman of trust, a polished stone you can carry in your pocket to remind you that you are safe in his will. Fear has become faith. The common pebbles of your mundane tasks are tumbled together with the pearl of his presence. Through the long, quiet hours of the night, they rub against each other, and their dull surfaces become polished, revealing the hidden flecks of glory that were always there. The holiness of serving, the dignity of duty, the worship found in work. The mundane has become sacred. This is the miracle of the night. This is why you can awake feeling renewed, even when your circumstances have not changed. The circumstances are the same, but you have been changed. The alchemist has been at work, transmuting the leaden weight of the day into the gold of character. You do not need to understand the process. You do not need to stoke the fire or manage the chemistry. Your only part is to bring the raw materials of your day and then to surrender them in sleep. The rest is his work. He gives to his beloved sleep. The giving is not just the state of unconsciousness, but the transformative work that happens within it. So now offer up your day. Visualize each worry, each memory, each regret as a piece of ore, and place it into the crucible of God's care. Let go of it. Trust the alchemist. His skills are perfect. His fires are pure. He never fails to turn what we give him into something of value. Sleep now in the confident trust of the refiner's fire. Sleep while your dross is turned to gold. Sleep and awake a soul richer than you were before. The night is your alchemy. The alchemist is at work. Section 35. The Cathedral of the Commonplace. Holiness is not a distant spire you must climb towards through superhuman effort. It is a cathedral built around you in the very common ground of your life. Its walls are the daily duties you perform. Its pillars are the relationships you steward. Its stained glass windows are the moments where the light of heaven breaks through your ordinary routine. You have been walking its halls all day, but perhaps you were too hurried to notice the sacred architecture. Now, in the stillness, you can hear the echo of worship in every stone. Look around the cathedral of your today. That simple meal you ate, it was the Eucharist of God's provision, a reminder that he feeds the sparrows and he feeds you. The warm water of your shower was a baptismal font, a ritual cleansing of the dust of the world, a grace you did not earn. The conversation with a colleague, the touch of a loved one, these were the passing of the peace, the holy communion of shared humanity. The frustrations you faced were not interruptions to your spiritual life. They were the worn, smooth steps in the cathedral's stairwell, leading you to a higher level of dependence. The weariness you feel is not a sign of failure, but the natural fatigue of a pilgrim who has walked the long nave of the day, moving from one small altar to the next. And now you have reached the quietest chapel in the cathedral, the chapel of the night. Here, there are no more words to be spoken, no more duties to be performed. The only liturgy is the rhythm of your breath. The only hymn is the silent, trusting surrender of your soul. The stained glass window of this chapel is dark now, but you know that with the dawn, the sun will strike it and set the story of God's love ablaze with color once more. You are not leaving the cathedral to go to sleep. You are simply moving to its most intimate sanctuary. Your bed is the altar in this chapel, and your surrendered body is the offering. It is a living sacrifice which is your spiritual worship. You are laying down the tools of your work, the masks of your persona, the armor of your defenses, and saying, "Here I am yours." The great architect of this cathedral is also its caretaker. He walks the halls tonight, not with a critical eye for dust, but with a loving hand, straightening a crooked painting here, relighting a candle there. He is tending to the soul of his building, which is you, the quiet click of a settling house, the distant hum of the refrigerator. These are the sounds of the divine custodian at work, ensuring all is in order, that the foundation is sound, and that you are safe within the sturdy walls of his promise. There is no part of this cathedral that is not holy ground. The broom closet of your hidden struggles is as consecrated as the high altar of your greatest victories. God dwells in all of it. He is in the kitchen and the bedroom, the office and the car. The boundary between the secular and the sacred is an illusion. All ground is holy when you walk with God. So, rest in your cathedral. Let its familiar, sacred silence envelop you. You are not in a random room in a chaotic world. You are in a consecrated space, a sanctuary built by grace, maintained by love, and filled with the presence of God. Sleep in the chapel of the night. Sleep, a holy offering on the altar of rest. Sleep, safe in the cathedral of the commonplace, where every breath is a prayer and every moment is a sacrament. Section 36. The infinite reservoir. You fear you are running on empty. The well of your patience is dry. The tank of your compassion is on fumes. The battery of your willpower is depleted. This feeling is real, but it is not the ultimate reality. The ultimate reality is that you are connected to an infinite reservoir. Your weariness is the sensation of a closed valve, not an empty source. This reservoir is the Holy Spirit, the Comforter, the river of living water that Jesus promised would flow from within you. He is not a finite puddle that you must carefully ration. He is a great artesian well, an underground ocean of power, love, and peace, constantly pressing up against the bedrock of your soul, seeking to flow forth. The valve is your trust. Anxiety, fear, and self-reliance are the rusted wheels that tighten the valve, shutting off the flow. You strain and strive, trying to draw water from your own shallow, cracked cistern, all the while standing ankle-deep in the floodwaters of grace. Tonight, the work is not to dig a new well. The work is to open the valve. The tool is surrender. The sound is the creak of a long-stuck wheel beginning to turn. Imagine this reservoir now. It is not outside of you. It is within the very core of your being, where Christ dwells. See it as a vast, subterranean sea of liquid light. Its waters are warm, powerful, and alive. They are the very energy of God, the dunamis that raised Christ from the dead. And it is available to you now for the simple act of resting. Now, feel the valve in your heart. It may feel tight, seized up from disuse. Place the hand of your faith upon it. Don't try to force it. Simply whisper, I yield. Open. I receive. And then turn it. Feel the initial resistance give way. Then, feel the surge. It is not a violent torrent that will overwhelm you, but a warm, powerful, gentle flow that begins to fill you from the inside out. It moves up from your core into your chest, a river of peace displacing the stagnant pools of anxiety. It flows down your arms, a current of strength flushing out the fatigue. It moves into your mind, a clear stream of clarity washing away the muddy thoughts. This is the renewing of your strength that Isaiah promised. This is the rivers of living water. You are not creating it. You are simply consenting to be its channel. You are a conduit for the infinite. Your sleep is the ultimate act of keeping the valve open. It is you, ceasing all your own pumping and straining, and allowing the artesian pressure of God's Spirit to flow unimpeded. While you sleep, this divine current will irrigate the parched fields of your soul. It will restore your emotional ecosystems. It will power the hidden, autonomic processes of your spirit, the growth of character, the healing of wounds, the consolidation of faith. You will not wake up to the same depleted self. You will wake up having been filled from the inside by the one who is the source. So now, consciously, willingly open the valve. Let go of the need to be your own source. Feel the infinite, loving, powerful presence of the Spirit begin to well up within you, a slow, warm tide of restoration. Sleep with the valve of your soul open wide. Sleep connected to the infinite reservoir. Sleep and be filled. Section 37. The Sanctuary of Silence. We have spoken of many things, of rivers and stars, of tapestries and dances. But there is a deeper layer still, a place beyond metaphor. It is the sanctuary of silence. This is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of fullness. It is not the absence of sound, but the presence of a reality too profound for noise. The world is a cacophony. It is a marketplace of shouting voices, each vying for your attention, your fear, your money, your time. Your own mind has become an echo chamber of this noise, replaying conversations, manufacturing worries, composing replies to arguments that have not yet happened. This internal noise is the true thief of your rest. But now, you are stepping across the threshold of the sanctuary. The great, heavy door of grace closes behind you, and the lock clicks with a final, soft sound. It is finished. The noise of the world is instantly muffled, as if you have stepped from a storm into a library of the soul. This silence has a texture. It is thick and soft, like velvet. It is a positive presence, a substance. It is the peace of God, which transcends all understanding. It transcends understanding because it operates on a level deeper than your cognitive thoughts. It is not a concept to be grasped, but an environment to be inhabited. In this sanctuary, there are no words. There are no prayers to be formulated, no doctrines to be affirmed, no lists of sins to be confessed. All that has been taken care of at the door. Here you are beyond language. You are in the presence of the Word Himself, before He was spoken into the world. This is the realm of pure being. Sit in this silence. Do not try to do anything with it. Do not try to analyze it or hold on to it. That would be just another form of noise. Simply let it hold you. Let it seep into the cracks of your fractured attention. Let it dissolve the glue that holds your worries together. The thoughts will come, like unruly children trying to burst into the sanctuary. Acknowledge them. See them as small, anxious creatures outside the window. But do not open the door. Do not invite them in. Simply watch them patter against the glass, and then watch as they grow bored and wander away, their power fading in the face of this immense, gentle quiet. In this sanctuary, you are not your thoughts. You are not your achievements. You are not your failures. You are simply a beloved being, resting in the awareness of the great I Am. Your identity is not something you construct here. It is something you receive, as a stone receives the warmth of the sun. This silence is God's first language. It was the medium of the universe before He said, "Let there be light." It is the native tongue of your spirit. You have forgotten how to speak it, how to listen to it. But now, in this holy night, you are remembering. The silence is remembering you. It is healing you, like a cool balm on a fevered brow. The silence is drawing out the inflammation of the day. It is lowering the temperature of your frantic soul. It is resetting the rhythm of your being to the slow, eternal pulse of God's own heart. There is nothing you need to do. There is nothing you need to say. To strive for silence is to create noise. The only requirement is to cease, to stop, to be still. So, let the final words of this narrative be a gentle usher, guiding you the last few steps into the heart of this sanctuary. And then, let them fade away. You are here now, in the silence, in the presence. There is no more story. There is only be, still, quiet, peace. Section 38. The Celestial Symphony. You have entered the silence, but do not mistake it for inertia. Within the heart of God, the silence is alive with a music so vast, so complex, and so beautiful that your human ears could not comprehend it. It is a celestial symphony, and your rest is not an absence from the song, but your unique part within it. Imagine the universe not as a cold, empty void, but as a great concert hall. Every star is a note held in perfect, shimmering suspension. Every planet is a rhythm, a steady, percussive beat in its orbit. The solar winds are the breath of the woodwinds, and the gravitational waves are the deep, resonant vibrations of the cello of spacetime. You are not merely an audience member. You are an instrumentalist. The instrument is your life. Your joys are the bright, clear notes of a flute. Your sorrows are the deep, moving passages of a bassoon. Your acts of love are the harmonious chords struck on a heavenly harp. Your seasons of waiting are the moments of suspense, the pauses that give the melody its meaning. For much of your life, you have been playing your part while trying to listen to all the other instruments at once. You have been straining to hear the violin of the person next to you, trying to mimic the trumpet of someone you admire, becoming distracted by the cymbal crash of a crisis. This is why you are tired. You have been trying to conduct the entire orchestra from your single, small chair. But now, in the rest of God, you are learning to play your part alone. You are listening only to the conductor. See him now, standing before the infinite orchestra. It is Jesus, the author and perfecter of our faith. His eyes are full of fire and love. His baton is the scepter of all creation. He looks at you. He nods. It is your cue. You play. You play the note of this moment, a note of trust. You play the rhythm of your breath, a rhythm of surrender. It may feel like a small, simple part, but it is essential. The symphony would be incomplete without it. The conductor smiles. It is exactly the sound he composed for you to make. The worries of tomorrow are merely a rest in the sheet music, a moment of silence that makes the next note more powerful. The regrets of yesterday are a dissonant chord that has already been resolved by the master composer into a more beautiful progression. You do not need to understand the entire score. You only need to watch the conductor and play your one, small, perfect note of rest. The lullaby you are being sung is a simplified, gentle arrangement of this grand symphony. The rhythm of the waves, the whisper of the wind, the beat of your heart. These are the parts of the symphony translated into a language your soul can absorb in its weariness. As you fall asleep, you are not ceasing to be part of the music. You are transitioning to a different movement. The largo, the slow, spacious, deep movement of the night. Your conscious mind releases its instrument, but your spirit, your body, your very DNA continues to hum the melody of belonging, of belovedness. So play your final note of waking consciousness, a note of release. Then lay down your instrument. The conductor has it. The orchestra continues. Your part will be waiting for you in the morning. For now, simply be held in the sound of the whole. Sleep within the celestial symphony. Sleep, a single beloved note in God's great song. Section 39. The Storyteller's Heart. You are living within a story, but you are not its author. You are a beloved character in a narrative penned by the greatest storyteller of all. Your life is not a random collection of events, but a carefully crafted plotline moving toward a glorious and certain conclusion. Tonight, you are invited to lay down the exhausting burden of trying to write your own story and to simply rest in the pages of his. Imagine the great library of eternity. On its endless shelves rest the completed stories of every life. Your volume is there. The storyteller takes it down now, not to edit it, but to read a portion of it to you as a lullaby. He opens it to the chapter titled, This Night. He begins to read. His voice is not loud, but it resonates in the quiet of your soul, a sound deeper than silence itself. He does not read aloud the frantic, scribbled notes you made in the margins today, your worries, your plans. He reads the true story, the one written in the ink of his sovereignty and grace. He reads about this moment. In his version, the narrative is not one of anxiety about tomorrow, but of trust. The character, you, is not lying awake in fear, but is surrendering to a restorative sleep, safe in the knowledge that the plot is in good hands. The setting is not a dark room of uncertainty, but a sanctuary of preparation. In his telling, the night is not a void, but a fertile ground for the seeds of tomorrow's grace. Hear his voice, the narrative voice of love itself, rewriting your inner monologue. Where you whispered, I can't handle what's coming, he reads, My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Where you thought, I am alone in this, he reads, I will never leave you nor forsake you. He is not ignoring the conflicts and tensions in the plot. He is simply revealing his presence within them as the defining theme. Your desire to control your story is a form of literary criticism, a dissatisfaction with the author's choices. But rest is the bliss of a reader who has learned to trust the author's skill, to believe in his good intentions, and to be carried along by the beauty of the prose, even when the chapter is frightening. As you listen to his voice reading your story, you feel your own frantic internal narration beginning to slow, to sync with his calm, steady pace. The need to jump ahead and peek at the final pages dissolves. You are content to be in this sentence, in this paragraph, in this chapter. You trust the narrative arc. You know the hero wins in the end. Sleep is the turning of the page. It is an act of faith in the next chapter. You do not need to stay awake to control it. The storyteller is already there. He has already written it with love. So close the book of your own worries. Listen only to the sound of his voice, reading you the story of your peace. Let his narrative of grace overwrite your fears. You are in his story, and it is a story of rest. Sleep, beloved character. Sleep in the sure and certain hope of a good ending. Sleep while the author of your faith writes the next beautiful line. Section 40. The hibernation of the soul. There is a wisdom in the natural world from which our souls can learn. Consider the bear that hibernates through the long winter. It does not fight the cold. It does not lament the barren landscape. It does not strive to find food where there is none. It simply retreats into the deep, dark safety of its den, and it rests. Its heartbeat slows. Its body lives off the fat it stored in seasons of plenty. It waits in a state of suspended animation, trusting the unerring promise of spring. Your soul is called to a holy hibernation. The world can be a spiritual winter, a season of coldness, of barrenness, of scarce emotional and spiritual resources. To strive and strain in such a season is to waste your precious energy. God's command to rest is an invitation into the den of His presence. Your room is your den. The darkness is not your enemy. It is your shelter. Here, you are hidden from the biting winds of expectation and the predatory fears that stalk the bright, open fields of the day. You are safe in this enclosed space, held in the earth of God's everlasting arms. Now enter the state of soul hibernation. Let your spiritual metabolism slow. Let the frantic pace of your thoughts grow sluggish and then still. You are not called to productive thought right now. You are called to trustful dormancy. The fat you are living on is the stored nourishment of God's past faithfulness, the memories of His provision, the tasted goodness of His love, the promises from His word that you have hidden in your heart. This is the fuel that will sustain you through this night of unconsciousness. While you hibernate, the great gardener is at work in the world outside your den. He is preparing the spring. He is sending quiet rains to soften the frozen ground of difficult circumstances. He is plotting the seeds of future joy in the soil of your obedience. The work you cannot do, He does. The growth you cannot force, He orchestrates. You are not lazy for resting. You are wise. You are in sync with the rhythm of grace, which mandates seasons of intense activity and seasons of deep, trusting rest. The bear does not awake in spring weakened by its long sleep. It awakes strengthened, renewed, and ready for a new season of life. So it will be with you. Your hibernation is an act of hope. It is a declaration that you believe the sun will return, that the ice will melt, that new life will spring forth. You are resting in the certainty of the coming dawn, the inevitable victory of life over death, warmth over cold, grace over struggle. So curl up in the den of this night. Let your heartbeat of faith slow to a steady, sustaining rhythm. Live off the stored riches of His love. Trust the gardener to work while you sleep. The winter does not last forever, but for now its quietness is your gift. Its darkness your blanket. Sleep in holy hibernation. Sleep and store up strength for the spring. Sleep, safe in the den of God. Section 41. The Eternal Embrace. Before you had a name, before you took a breath, you were held. The universe was spun into existence as a cradle for your soul. The fundamental force of reality, stronger than gravity, more constant than the speed of light, is the embrace of God. You have never, for a single moment, existed outside of it. Your feeling of isolation is the great illusion. This embrace is the one, true, and constant fact. Imagine the cosmos not as a cold, empty space, but as a pair of immense, gentle hands cupped together. You are resting in the palm of those hands. The bed you lie upon is simply the physical manifestation of that divine support. The gravity that holds you to the mattress is a pale reflection of the divine love that holds you to existence itself. Feel the pressure of this embrace now. It is not confining. It is securing. It is the feeling of being utterly known and utterly safe. Every cell of your body is held. Every memory of your mind is cradled. Every secret of your heart is sheltered. There is no part of you that is outside the circle of this love. You have spent your day trying to hold yourself up. You have tensed your spiritual muscles, believing that if you relaxed, you would fall. But you cannot fall out of God's hands. Your relaxation is not a risk. It is a homecoming. The weariness in your soul is the fatigue of a child who has been trying to walk all day and is now finally being carried. Lean back into this embrace. Let your head rest against the chest of the I Am. If you listen with the ear of your spirit, you can hear the heartbeat, a slow, deep, resonant rhythm that says, yours,
Mine.
yours,
Mine.
It is the sound of belonging. It is the pulse of the covenant. This embrace mends. As you rest within it, the fractures of the day begin to knit together. The sharp edges of harsh words are smooth. The hairline cracks of disappointment are filled with golden grace, like the art of kintsugi. You are not being made to look as if you were never broken. You are being made more beautiful for having been broken and restored in his hold. This embrace also stills. Your struggles, your tossing and turning, are like the movements of a baby in the womb. They are natural, but they are contained within a larger, peaceful reality. The mother of all life holds you, and your small movements do not disturb her calm. She simply waits, nourishing you in the dark, until you are ready for the new birth of the dawn. There is no need to cling back. You do not need to strengthen your grip on God. The security of your position does not depend on the strength of your hold on him, but on the surety of his hold on you. Your hands can relax. Your fists can unclench. You can sleep with open palms, receiving, not grasping. So now, surrender to the physics of the Spirit. The law of this realm is love, and its force is an unwavering, eternal embrace. You are falling, not into an abyss, but ever deeper into the safety of his grasp. Sleep in the cupped hands of God. Sleep to the rhythm of the divine heartbeat. Sleep secure in the embrace that has held you since before time began, and will hold you long after time has ceased to be. Section 42. The Fortress of the Heart. The world is a field of battle, and your mind is often the front line. Throughout the day, arrows of fear, siege engines of worry, and the relentless assault of noise and demand have battered the walls of your peace. You have felt the gates strain. You have fought from the ramparts with the strength you could muster. And now, as night falls, you feel the fatigue of the soldier, the grit of the conflict in your soul. But the command from your king is not to stand watch in your own strength through the dark hours. It is to retreat into the innermost keep, into the impregnable fortress of his presence, and to let him take the watch. This fortress is not a physical place you must journey to. It is a spiritual reality, a citadel built by God himself within the heart of every believer. The walls of this fortress are the promises of God, thick, high, and fashioned from the unbreakable stone of his faithfulness. Each promise is a massive block. I will never leave you, forms a foundation that cannot be shaken. My grace is sufficient for you, is a bulwark that no arrow of insufficiency can pierce. Nothing can separate you from my love, is the towering curtain wall that defines the boundaries of your safety. You are not in a flimsy tent, exposed to the elements of circumstance. You are within a stronghold that has withstood the assaults of millennia. The gate of this fortress is praise. It is a gate that swings inward, opened not by a key of circumstance, but by the will of a trusting heart. When you choose, in weariness, to whisper thank you, to acknowledge his goodness even in the midst of the mess, you are not ignoring the battle. You are stepping through the gate into safety. You are moving your focus from the size of your problem to the supremacy of your God. The gate closes behind you with a definitive thud, and the chaos outside is suddenly muffled. The noise is now distant, its power broken by the sheer mass of the walls. Inside the fortress courtyard, there is a profound silence, but it is the silence of secured strength, not of absence. This is the peace of God, which transcends all understanding. It transcends understanding because it makes no logical sense. By all accounts, with the enemies you face, you should be terrified. But here, in the citadel, you are calm. This peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the presence of God in the midst of it. It stands guard not just at the gates, but over your heart and your mind. It is a divine sentinel, patrolling the inner chambers of your soul, allowing no anxious thought to gain a foothold, turning back every fearful imagination at the door. At the center of the fortress is the great hall, the dwelling place of the king. Here, a fire burns in the hearth, the fire of God's love, which consumes your offerings of fatigue and fear and turns them to the ash of peace. The roof over this hall is the righteousness of Christ, a canopy that forever separates you from the condemning glare of your own failures. You can rest here, not because you are a perfect soldier, but because you are a pardoned citizen, granted sanctuary by the king's own decree. Now you hear the sound. It is the sound of the watchmen on the walls. But it is not your own voice, strained and fearful. It is the voice of your God. He is the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. His is the eye that scans the horizon. His is the hand that holds the sword. Your part is to cease your own frantic pacing of the battlements. Your part is to lie down by the fire in the great hall, to sleep, to let your weapons and armor clatter to the floor. You are off duty. The ultimate guardian has taken the watch. The fears that plagued you, the what-ifs and how-wills, are now outside, powerless against the stone. They may shout their threats, but their voices are thin and reedy against the monumental silence of God's faithfulness. They cannot scale the walls of "I am with you." They cannot breach the gate of a thankful heart. They cannot penetrate the guard of a mind kept by the peace of Christ. So tonight, consciously retreat. Feel the heavy gates of praise close behind the trailing edges of your day. Hear the bolt of grace slide home. Walk across the quiet courtyard and enter the great hall of His presence. Let the divine sentinel take his post. Your fight is over for today. The war itself is in His hands. Sleep within the unassailable fortress. Sleep while your King stands guard. Sleep in the perfect safety of a salvation that cannot be undone and a love that will not let you go. The fortress is sealed. The night is His, and you are safe. Section 43. The Vineyard of Rest. Consider yourself, beloved, as a vine in the Lord's vineyard. This is no random patch of earth, but a chosen plot, carefully tended by the master vine-dresser himself. Your life, with its twisting tendrils of hope and its clusters of experience, is under His meticulous and loving care. The day's heat has passed, the labor of the sun is done, and now the deep, cool twilight settles over the rows. This is the vine's time of deepest, most essential work, the unseen absorption of nutrients, the gentle consolidation of growth, the silent preparation for future fruitfulness. During the day, the vine is active in its own way, holding its leaves to the sun, conducting the visible process of photosynthesis. This is like your waking hours, filled with outward activity, with relationships, with the work of your hands and the focus of your mind. But a vine cannot photosynthesize forever. It would exhaust itself, its leaves would wither, and its fruit would be bitter. It requires the balance of the night, just as you require the sacred balance of sleep. In the darkness of the vineyard, a different kind of magic occurs. The roots, hidden deep in the dark, moist soil, do their work. They push ever deeper, seeking out the hidden reservoirs of water and the rich minerals that the sun-baked surface cannot provide. This is the work of the Spirit in the hidden places of your soul while you sleep. You are not idle in your rest. You are being rooted. You are sinking deeper into the bedrock of God's love, drawing up the essential nutrients of grace, mercy, and faithfulness that will sustain you in the next season of visible growth. The anxieties you felt were like surface weeds, choking the good soil. But the vine dresser has tilled the soil of your heart tonight, and His peace is like a rich compost, enriching you at the root level. And consider the process of pruning. The vine dresser, with his sharp, precise knife, cuts away the dead wood and even some of the healthy branches that would divert energy from the main fruit-bearing shoots. This pruning is not punishment. It is the secret to abundance. The struggles of your day, the things you had to let go of, the no you had to accept, the pride that was trimmed away, these were the loving cuts of the divine gardener. It felt like loss in the moment, but now, in the quiet of the night, the vine is able to direct all its healing energy to the remaining, chosen branches. The places where you were cut are being sealed with the balm of His Spirit. You are not being diminished in your sleep. You are being focused. You are being streamlined for greater purpose and a more concentrated sweetness in the fruit you are destined to bear. The vineyard is not silent. It thrums with a low, humming life. Crickets sing their choruses. The earth itself seems to breathe, and the dew begins to form, each drop a tiny, jeweled blessing on every leaf. This is the sound of God's creation at rest, and you are a part of that chorus. Your steady breathing is the vineyard's night music. Your surrendered will is the vine's trust in the vine-dresser's plan. You do not need to understand the chemistry of growth. You do not need to strain to produce fruit. You simply need to abide, to remain, to rest in the vineyard, allowing the natural, God-ordained cycles of day and night, work and rest, to have their perfect work in you. So, feel yourself as that vine. Feel your roots, your very soul, drinking deeply from the endless aquifer of I am with you always. Feel the places where you were pruned today being soothed by the cool dew of my grace is sufficient for you. You are not a wild, untended plant, left to the chaos of the wilderness. You are a chosen vine in a cultivated vineyard, and the vine dresser who gave his own life to purchase this land walks between the rows tonight. His touch gentle, his eye kind, his purpose for you sure. Sleep, then, in the secured vineyard. Sleep, while your roots drink of eternity. Sleep, confident that the one who began this good work in you will be faithful to bring it to fruition, season after season, until the final glorious harvest. Section 44, the known and the loved. To be known is the deepest yearning of the human heart, and to be loved is its greatest fulfillment. The terrifying truth is that you are fully, utterly, and completely known. Every hidden thought, every secret shame, every unspoken fear, every whispered hope, they are all laid bare before the God who stitched you together in your mother's womb. There is not a word on your tongue, says the psalmist, that he does not know altogether. This omniscience could be a source of paralyzing fear, the feeling of an ever-present, critical eye watching your every failure. But the gospel, the good news that changes everything, transforms this truth into the very bedrock of your rest. You are fully known, and you are fiercely loved. Let this truth sink from your head down into your heart, like a slow, warm oil anointing every wound of insecurity. God is not watching you from a distance, taking notes for a future condemnation. He is the loving Father who knows the number of hairs on your head. He knows the peculiar rhythm of your heartbeat. He knows why that certain memory still brings a pang, and why that particular compliment meant the world. He knows the burdens you carry that you would never dare to speak aloud. He knows the fragile dreams you protect in the secret places of your spirit. And in the light of that complete, unflinching knowledge, he loves you. Not the idealized, perfect version of you that you present to the world, but you, the real you, the you that you are when no one is watching, the you that you are in this very moment, weary and vulnerable in the dark. This is the love that casts out fear. The fear of being found out, the fear of being exposed as a fraud, the fear of not being enough. These are tormentors that cannot stand in the presence of this radical, knowing love. You can stop the exhausting performance. You can lay down the heavy masks. You can cease the constant internal narration that justifies your existence. You are known. The verdict is in. The judge has become the savior, and the sentence is an eternal embrace. Now, consider the intimacy of this knowledge. It is closer than your own breath. The Spirit of God intercedes for you with groanings too deep for words. Before you can even form a coherent prayer, the divine translator has already conveyed the true meaning of your heart's cry to the Father. Your sighs, your wordless aches, your inarticulate longings for peace, they are all perfectly understood. You are not praying wrong. You are not feeling wrong. You are known. The God who measured the waters in the hollow of his hand and marked off the heavens with a span also holds your tender, trembling soul in that same hand and marks your sighs with infinite care. This knowing love is also a protective love. Because he knows you, he knows what you truly need. The prayer that seems to go unanswered, the door that remains closed, the burden that is not lifted. These are not signs of his neglect, but evidence of his deeper knowledge. A loving parent does not give a child everything they want. They give them everything they need. The vine dresser knows which branches to prune for greater fruit. The shepherd knows which paths lead to green pastures and which lead to cliffs. Your life is not a series of random permissions and denials. It is a curated journey by a God who knows you better than you know yourself, and who loves you too much to give you a lesser story. So tonight, rest in the glorious, liberating truth of being known and loved. You are not a stranger to God. You are not a number. You are not a problem to be solved. You are a beloved child, whose name is engraved on the palms of his hands. Every detail of your life, from the greatest crisis to the smallest annoyance, is sifted through the fingers of his knowing love. There is nothing to hide. There is nothing to prove. There is only to be still and to be loved. Sleep in the safety of being fully known. Sleep in the comfort of being perfectly loved. Let this truth be the blanket that covers you, the pillow that cradles your head, the peace that carries you into the dreamless depths of grace. Section 45. The Mountain of Myrrh and the Hill of Frankincense. From the Song of Solomon comes a beautiful, enigmatic image. Until the day breaks and the shadows flee away, I will get me to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. In the quiet symbolism of Scripture, myrrh is the spice of death and burial, of surrender and letting go. Frankincense is the incense of prayer, of worship, of a life offered up to God. Together, they form the sacred geography of the night, a landscape where the soul journeys to surrender its day and offer up its rest as worship. Imagine now, in the twilight of your consciousness, that you are approaching this mountain and this hill. The mountain of myrrh is your first destination. This is the place of burial. The cares of the day, the sins you have confessed, the failures that weigh on you, the identities you cling to that are not yours in Christ. All of these must be laid to rest. Myrrh was used to prepare a body for the tomb, to anoint it with dignity and finality before it was surrendered to the quiet work of the earth. So too, you are called to anoint your day with the myrrh of grace and lay it in the tomb of God's forgetfulness. This is not a morbid act. It is an act of profound faith. You are acknowledging that the day is done, its battles are over, its accounts are closed by the blood of the Lamb. You are walking up the slope of this mountain, carrying the burdens you shouldered today, and at its summit you find a garden tomb, already empty, already speaking of resurrection. Here you lay your burdens down. You see them placed inside, and you roll the stone of trust over the entrance, knowing that what is buried here will not define your tomorrow. The scent of myrrh is strong and clean. It is the smell of release, of an ending that is also a beginning. Having descended from the mountain of myrrh, you now approach the hill of frankincense. This hill is smaller, its ascent more gentle, but its atmosphere is charged with the presence of God. Frankincense, when burned, releases a sweet, thick smoke that rises steadily toward heaven. This hill represents your prayer, your worship, your very life as an offering to God. But notice, you are not bringing frantic petitions here. The day's pleading is done. You are bringing the offering of your rest. Your surrendered sleep is the frankincense you burn on this hill. As you lie down, you are symbolically placing your conscious self on the altar. Your trust is the fire that consumes it, and the aroma that rises to God is a pleasing scent, a worship more eloquent than any worded prayer. It is the worship of silence. It is the worship of trust. It is you saying, I am yours, and in this state of unconscious vulnerability, I believe you are good and you are guarding me. The hill of frankincense is where your humanity meets his divinity in the quietest, most intimate of exchanges. Not in doing, but in being. Not in speaking, but in resting. Between this mountain and this hill lies the valley where you make your bed. And it is a safe valley, for it is sanctified by the journey you have just taken. You have buried your dead. You have offered your worship. Now, you can sleep in the peace that lies between the place of surrender and the place of adoration. The shadows of the day are indeed fleeing, not by your effort, but by the inevitable dawning of his faithful, watchful care. The day that is breaking is the sure promise of his mercies, new every morning. But until that dawn, your position is secure. You are nestled between the mountain of finished work and the hill of ceaseless prayer. So make the journey in your spirit. Climb the mountain of myrrh and lay down all that needs to die for tonight. Then, ascend the hill of frankincense and offer the sweet incense of your trust. Smell the clean scent of release. Breathe in the holy aroma of worship. Your work is done. Your prayer is complete. All that remains is to sleep in the sacred valley between, a soul at peace with the past and confident in the keeping of the future. Sleep between the mountain and the hill. Sleep, your myrrh and frankincense a pleasing aroma to your God. Sleep until the new day breaks and the shadows flee forever. Section 46. the weaver's shuttle, and the finished tapestry. Your life can feel like a tangled mess of threads. A knot of frustration here, a loose end of anxiety there, a clashing color of regret running through the whole. You sit at the loom of time, your hands fumbling, trying to force the shuttle, trying to make the pattern come out right, and you end up weary with a work that seems flawed and hopeless. But the scriptures invite you to a different perspective. You are not the weaver, you are the loom. And the master weaver is at work, his hands skilled, his vision perfect, his pattern one of breathtaking beauty. The weaver's shuttle is time itself. It moves back and forth, with a rhythm that can feel monotonous or even frantic. Today, the shuttle carried the dark thread of a disappointment. Yesterday, it was the bright gold of a joy. The day before, it was the mundane gray of ordinary tasks. You see only the underside of the tapestry as it is being woven. From your perspective, it is a chaotic mess. You see the knots where prayers seem to go unanswered. They look like mistakes. You see the loose ends of unresolved stories. They look like failures. You see the dark threads predominating in certain seasons, and you wonder if the weaver has lost his way. This limited view is the source of your anxiety. You are judging the masterpiece by its messy, incomplete reverse side. But the weaver sees the top. He sees the pattern he designed before the foundations of the world. He knows that the dark thread of that very disappointment is essential for providing the shadow that will make the subsequent thread of redemption shine all the brighter. He knows that the knot you see as a flaw is actually a necessary strengthening point, a turning in the design that will allow for a more intricate pattern to emerge. He is not making a single, flat piece of cloth. He is weaving a tapestry with depth and texture, where every thread, both the joyful and the sorrowful, has a purpose in creating the whole image. The image is the likeness of his Son, Jesus Christ, being formed in you. Your rest, then, is an act of trust in the weaver. It is you, the loom, ceasing your trembling and holding still. It is you accepting that you cannot see the final design, but you trust the designer. When you sleep, you are essentially allowing the weaver to work without your interference. You are trusting that the shuttle moving through the night, the silent, unseen work of the Spirit in your subconscious, in your body, in your circumstances, is adding exactly the right threads at the right time. Your surrender is what allows the work to proceed unhindered. One day, the weaving will be complete. You will be moved from the underside of the loom to the front, and you will gasp. You will see how every dark thread was needed. You will see how the knots formed the eyes of compassion in the portrait of Christ. You will see how the loose ends were all tied together on the frame of God's sovereign will. You will see that what you thought was a tangled mess was, in fact, a masterpiece of grace all along. And the weaver will point to a particular section, a dark, difficult patch, and he will say, "See, that was the night you learned to trust me. That was the night you stopped trying to weave and finally rested." That thread, the thread of your surrender, is one of the most beautiful in the whole piece. So tonight, be the still loom. Feel the shuttle of time moving, but do not fight it. Trust the hand that guides it. The rhythm is his. The pattern is his. The threads are his. Your only job is to be held in the frame of his love and to rest in his skillful hands. Sleep, peaceful loom. Sleep, while the master weaver creates a masterpiece of your life. Sleep and trust the pattern you cannot see, knowing that the one who holds the shuttle is the same one who wore a crown of thorns to make you his own. The tapestry is and will be beautiful. Section 47. The Potter's Wheel. The image of the potter and the clay is one of the most profound pictures of our relationship with God. You are the clay. Today you have felt the pressure of the potter's hands, the shaping, the molding, the sometimes uncomfortable pressure that seemed to press in from all sides. You have been centered on the wheel of his will, spun by circumstances both within and beyond your control, and it has left you feeling dizzy, formless, and weary. The clay of your soul remembers the pressure, and it aches. But the wheel has stopped spinning now. The intense, focused work of the day is complete, and the potter has moved you to a place of rest, a quiet shelf in the stillness of his studio, where the only work that happens is the slow, gentle, unseen work of setting. Imagine yourself as that freshly shaped vessel. You are still soft, still impressionable. The memories of the wheel are fresh, and your form feels new and strange. You are no longer a lump of unshaped potential, but you are not yet hardened into your final purpose. This in-between state is vulnerable, and it requires perfect trust. This is the state of sleep. It is the time when the potter places you carefully on the shelf, away from the spinning wheel and the pressing hands, and allows you to simply be. In this rest, the moisture of his spirit, which made you pliable and soft under his touch, now works to set your form. The strength you will need for the firing kiln of future trials is being developed now, in the quiet, through the patient process of repose. You are not being idle, you are being made strong. Look around the potter's studio. It is filled with other vessels, each at different stages. Some are being shaped, some are resting like you, and some are being painted with glorious glazes, the colors of answered prayer, of hard-won wisdom, of refined character. You are not the only vessel being made. You are part of a great collection, a household of jars of clay that hold the priceless treasure of the gospel. The master potter knows the purpose for which he is shaping you. Perhaps you are being formed as a vessel for mercy, to pour out compassion on a hurting world. Perhaps you are being shaped as a vessel of honor, designed for a specific place of service in his kingdom. The pressure you felt today was not random. It was the precise, loving pressure required to bring out the unique contour he designed for you before the world began. And what of the imperfections? The small stones of pride that resisted the shaping? The air pockets of fear that threatened to make you explode in the fire? The potter's hands are skilled. During the day, he worked them out with patience. Now, in your rest, his loving gaze is upon you. He sees the tiny cracks that began to form under the strain, and he knows how to seal them with his grace. He knows the exact consistency of your clay, your personality, your history, your strengths, your weaknesses, and he is an expert with this specific material. You are not a problem to him. You are a project of infinite love. So, as you lie in the silence, feel yourself as that vessel on the shelf. Feel the firm, solid support beneath you, the shelf of his unchanging promises. Feel the cool, gentle air of his spirit moving over you, setting you, strengthening you. There is no pressure here. There is only presence. The potter is nearby. He is not asleep. He is watching over his work, and his heart is filled with satisfaction. For he looks at you and sees the beautiful vessel you are becoming. The wheel will turn again in the morning, but for now, its silence is a blessing. The hands will press again, but for now, their absence is a comfort. Your only task is to rest and be made ready. Sleep, beloved clay. Sleep on the potter's shelf. Sleep while he perfects that which concerns you, his eyes never leaving his cherished work. Section 48. The banquet in the wilderness. Life can often feel like a wilderness, a place of scarcity, of testing, of loneliness, where resources are thin and the path is hard. You have been walking through this wilderness all day, and your soul is parched, your spirit is hungry. You feel the emptiness, the ache of not enough. Not enough time, not enough patience, not enough strength, not enough peace. But the God you serve is a God who specializes in setting a table in the wilderness. Before the foundation of the world, he prepared a banquet for you in the presence of your daily needs, your chronic anxieties, your relentless enemies. Imagine now that you have stumbled, weary and footsore, into a clearing. And there, in the midst of the barren landscape, is a table. It is not a meager campfire meal, but a king's feast, laden with food that shimmers with a supernatural freshness. The tablecloth is the righteousness of Christ, pure and white, covering the rough, uneven ground of your own merits. The plates are forged from the gold of his divine nature, and the cups are carved from the single rock of his salvation, from which flows living water. Come, sit down. The host is already there, and he motions for you to take your place. The first course he serves is the bread of his presence. It is warm and fragrant, and as you eat, you feel a substantial nourishment filling the hollow places in your soul. This is the truth that he is with you, that he is for you, that his companionship is the most real thing in your reality. It satisfies the deep hunger of loneliness. Next, he offers you the wine of his joy, It is not the thin wine of circumstance-based happiness, but a rich, deep, robust vintage that has been pressed from the grapes of Gethsemane and Calvary. It is the joy that was set before him, enabling him to endure the cross. As you drink, a warmth spreads through your chest, a fortifying courage that reminds you that your story, too, is part of a greater joy, and your wilderness is not the end of the tale. The main course is the roasted lamb of his provision. It is tender and perfectly prepared. This is the substance of "Give us this day our daily bread." It is the assurance that he knows your needs, the practical, the emotional, the spiritual, and he is abundantly able to meet them. As you eat, you feel your anxiety about tomorrow loosen its grip. You are being filled with the conviction that the God who fed you today will be the same God who meets you tomorrow. For dessert, there is the honey of his promises. It is sweet to the soul and healing to the bones. Each promise, "I will never leave you. My power is made perfect in weakness. All things work together for good," is a taste of overwhelming sweetness that erases the bitter aftertaste of the day's struggles. Your enemies, fear, regret, shame, they are still there, circling the edges of the clearing. But they cannot cross the boundary of the light that emanates from this table. They can only watch powerless, as you are filled, strengthened, and comforted by the host himself. This banquet is not a reward for your good performance in the wilderness. It is a gift of grace for your weariness within it. This table is set for you every single night. Your bed is your seat at this feast. Your surrender to sleep is your act of sitting down and partaking. You are not going to sleep hungry. You are being filled with his presence, his peace, his joy, and his promises, even in the midst of your unresolved circumstances. So come to the table, feast on his faithfulness, drink deeply of his joy. Let the honey of his promises soothe your weary spirit. The wilderness is real, but the banquet is more real. Sleep now with a soul full of heaven's provision. Sleep at the table in the wilderness, safe in the light of the host's unwavering love. Section 49, the Orchestra of Rest. You are not a soloist, carrying the entire melody of your life upon your own shoulders, the strain of the performance etched into your soul. You are part of a vast, cosmic orchestra, and the music being played is the symphony of redemption. Today, you may have felt like your instrument was out of tune, your timing was off, or the notes you were asked to play were too difficult. The cacophony of the world, the dissonance of conflict, and the sheer volume of demand can leave your spiritual ears ringing and your heart weary from the effort. But now, the conductor has tapped his stand. The rehearsal is over. The frantic practicing ceases. It is time for the largo movement, the slow, spacious, deeply peaceful segment of the composition that is your life in Christ. In this movement, your instrument is meant to be at rest. A violin's bow is laid across its strings. A flute is disassembled and placed in its case. A trumpet's mute is inserted. This is not a punishment. It is a necessary part of the music. The silence of the instruments is what allows the ear to appreciate the profound beauty of the harmonies that have already been played and to anticipate the themes that will return. Your sleep is this sacred silence for your soul. It is the instrument of your being, your mind, your emotions, your will being placed in its case of trust, to be preserved, polished, and restored for the next movement. Listen now to the music of the largo. It is not absent of sound, but it is composed of the most subtle and beautiful of tones. The deep, resonant pedal note of God's faithfulness hums through the hall, a foundational truth that never changes. The gentle, rhythmic pulse of divine providence is like a soft, distant timpani, marking time with perfect, unhurried certainty. The shimmering, high overtones of angelic worship are like the delicate ring of a triangle, a celestial affirmation that the performance is being witnessed and celebrated in the heavens. This is the music that plays when you cease your own striving. It is the sound of the universe held in the hands of God. You are not the conductor of this orchestra. You never were. The frantic waving of your arms, the desperate attempt to keep time for yourself and for others. This was the source of your exhaustion. The true conductor, the Lord of the symphony, stands before you all. His movements are graceful, his beat is perfect, and his knowledge of the score is absolute. He knows the exact moment for your instrument to enter again. He knows the specific note you will play. Your rest is an act of trust in his timing and his skill. You are watching the conductor, and his gaze is upon you, filled with assurance and love. He is not anxious about the music. Why are you? And consider this, even in its silence, your instrument is still part of the orchestra. Its very presence on the stage contributes to the potential for beauty. Your life, even in a state of surrendered sleep, is a vital part of the whole. The orchestra is incomplete without you. Your specific tone, your unique timbre, is written into the composition. The conductor will not proceed to the finale without you. Your rest, therefore, is not a pause in the performance. It is an essential written-in rest that gives the music its breath, its drama, its profound and beautiful shape. So tonight, lay down your instrument. Place it carefully in the case of grace. Close the lid. Listen. Listen to the largo of the Lord. Let the deep, silent music of his sovereign care wash over you. The conductor has the score. The music is in his hands. Your part is to be still, to be silent, and to be at peace. Sleep, beloved musician. Sleep while the symphony of grace plays on. Sleep and know that your instrument is safe, your conductor is wise, and your next note will be perfectly timed for the glory of the ultimate composition. Section 50. The unchanging rhythm of the seasons. Your soul has its seasons, just as the earth does. There is the spring of new beginnings, the summer of fruitful labor, the autumn of harvest and release, and the winter of quiet dormancy. You cannot force an apple to appear on a branch in January, nor can you command a harvest in the pouring rain of April. To do so is to live in frustration and exhaustion. Today, you may have felt the chill of a spiritual winter, a season where feelings are frozen, growth is hidden, and the landscape of your heart seems barren. Or perhaps you felt the intense, relentless heat of a summer trial, leaving you parched and weary. But now, the sun has set on that particular day's weather. The night sky has rolled in, and with it comes the gentle, immutable truth. The God who ordained the seasons of the earth is the same God who governs the seasons of your soul, and he has made both the day and the night, both the summer and the winter, and he calls them all good. Imagine the earth in deep winter. The trees stand skeletal against the gray sky. The ground is hard and unyielding. To the casual observer, it is a season of death. But beneath the frozen surface, a million secrets are being kept. Roots are pushing deeper, drawing closer to the enduring warmth of the earth's core. Seeds are being stratified, their hard shells softened by the cold, making them ready to burst forth when the temperature is right. The very dormancy of the tree is what allows it to conserve its life force, to survive the harshness and prepare for the explosive growth of spring. Your times of spiritual dryness, your feelings of numbness, your inability to produce as you feel you should, these are not signs of God's absence. They are your winter, and in this winter, a deep, hidden work is being done. Your roots of faith are being driven deeper into the bedrock of God's character, beyond the shallow soil of emotion. The seed of the word is being worked into the fabric of your being made ready to bear fruit in its season. Now consider the relentless heat of summer. The sun beats down, and the plant must open its stomata to breathe, losing precious water in the process. It is a season of risk and expenditure. But this very process is what draws water and nutrients up from the roots, fueling growth and producing fruit. The stress of the heat is what makes the fruit sweet. The trials you face, the pressures that cause you to feel like you are losing your reserves, are your summer. And in the hands of the divine gardener, this stress is not meant to destroy you, but to sweeten the fruit of the Spirit in your life, to produce in you a patience, a kindness, a goodness that would not be possible in the perpetual cool of an easy life. The cycle is unbreakable. Winter gives way to spring. Summer's heat gives way to autumn's cool relief. You are not stuck in any one season forever. The night is its own kind of season, a daily, miniature winter of dormancy for your body and soul. It is a gift, a built-in reset, a divine acknowledgement that you are a creature of cycles, not an engine of perpetual motion. So tonight, whatever season your soul is in, embrace the rhythm of the night. If you are in winter, Do not strive to produce summer fruit. Rest in the dormancy. Trust the hidden work. If you are in summer, let the cool of the night soothe your fevered spirit. The gardener is tending to you. He knows the exact needs of your soil. He sends the sun and the rain, the cold and the heat, in perfect proportion for the harvest he intends. Sleep in the confident trust of the seasons. Sleep, knowing that the one who commands the rotation of the earth also holds the calendar of your heart. Sleep, a sacred dormancy, a necessary quiet, in the unchanging, trustworthy rhythm of God's grace. Section 51. The silent language of the stones. If you listen closely, the very earth beneath you tells a story of rest. The scriptures say that if humanity were silent, the very stones would cry out in praise. Tonight, let us learn their silent language. Your body, made from the dust of the earth, remembers this tongue. It is the language of patient endurance, of deep-rooted peace, of a stability that does not need to speak to be known. Imagine yourself not lying on a bed, but lying on a great, warm, flat stone, perhaps in a meadow under the open sky. This stone has been here for thousands of years. It has felt the pressure of glaciers and the gentle touch of spring wildflowers. It has been warmed by 1 billion sunrises and cooled by 1 billion moons. It has been washed by endless rains and scoured by countless winds. And through it all, it has remained. It has not fought the rain. It has allowed itself to be cleansed. It has not resisted the sun. It has absorbed its warmth. It has not fled the winter. It has endured, knowing the spring would come. This is the rest of the stone. It is a rest that comes from accepting its place in the hand of God and the flow of time. It does not strive to be a mountain. It is content to be a stone, a vital part of the landscape, a resting place for the weary, a foundation for the soil. Feel this solidity now beneath you. Let your own weight sink into it. The stone does not yield, but it supports you completely. It bears your burden without complaint, without strain. This is the rock that is higher than I that the psalmist spoke of. It is Christ, the cornerstone. You are resting upon a foundation that cannot be shaken. The earthquakes of circumstance may tremble the ground around you, but this rock remains steadfast. Your peace is not based on the stability of your life, but on the stability of the rock upon which your life is built. Every tremor that runs through your life is absorbed by his immense, unyielding strength. You are not holding on for dear life. You are being held by a life that cannot be lost. Now imagine the slow, patient life of the stone. It does not hurry. This transformation is measured in millennia, not moments. Your own healing, your own growth into peace, does not need to be rushed. God is not anxious about your progress. He is working on a geological timescale, patiently wearing away the sharp edges of your character with the gentle, persistent flow of his Spirit, smoothing you into a stone of grace. The pressure you felt today was not meant to crush you, but to compact you, to make you more solid, more resilient, more like the Rock of Ages himself. Your value is not in your frantic activity, but in your steadfast being, your quiet witness to the enduring faithfulness of God. The stone is also a record. Within its layers are fossils, imprints of ancient lives. Your own life has its layers. Layers of joy fossilized into permanent gratitude. Layers of sorrow pressed into diamonds of compassion. God sees them all. He does not discard the layers. He reads them as the story of his beloved child. He values every era of your existence. The childhood chapter, the season of struggle, the year of joy, each layer is necessary. Each one contributes to the beautiful, complex, and unique person you are in his eyes. You are his living stone, and he is building you into a spiritual house. Breathe in the scent of the earth, of the moss that grows at the stone's edge. This is the smell of humility, of being close to the ground, of knowing your origin and finding peace in it. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. But it is a dust loved and animated by the very breath of God. There is no shame in this. There is profound peace. It is the peace of being a created being, dependent on a loving creator. Your strength is not found in a frantic denial of your limits, but in a joyful acceptance of your place in his creation. You are a stone in his field, a jewel in his crown, a building block in his eternal city. So tonight, become like the stone. Be silent, be still, be heavy with peace. Let the pressures of the day wash over you like rain, and then drain away. Let the warmth of God's love sink into your very core, as the sun warms the stone. You do not need to do anything. You only need to be a resting, receptive, steadfast presence in his creation. The stone does not ask for anything. It simply rests in the field of the world, held by the earth, watched over by the sky. You are that stone. You are held. You are watched over. Your name is written not in sand, to be washed away, but in the eternal ledger of the Lamb's book of life. Sleep with the patience of the earth. Sleep in the silence of the stones. Sleep, a living stone in the temple of God's Spirit. Section 52. The unfailing hearth. In the center of the universe, there is not a cold void or a chaotic explosion. There is a hearth, a great stone fireplace where a fire burns with an eternal, undying flame. This is the heart of God. It is the source of all warmth, all light, all life. From this single hearth, every sun in every galaxy is kindled. Every spark of love in every creature is a tiny ember thrown from this great fire. And tonight you are drawn close to its warmth. Imagine yourself journeying through a cold, vast landscape. The day has been like this, a long walk through a world that can often feel chilling in its indifference or its demands. Your fingers are cold. Your feet are numb. A deep chill has settled in your bones, the residue of stress, of loneliness, of fear. You see a light in the distance. It is not a harsh electric light, but the warm, orange, pulsating glow of a great fire. You move toward it. As you approach, you feel the first waves of its heat on your face. It is not a scorching heat, but a penetrating, soothing warmth that begins to thaw you from the outside in. You step into the circle of its light. You are now in the great hall of the king, and the hearth is its centerpiece. The fire crackles with a soft, friendly sound. The logs are the eternal covenants of God, promises that never burn up, but release endless heat and light. Come closer. Sit on the warm stone of the hearth. Hold out your hands to the flame. See how the light plays upon your skin, how the cold blueness of your veins is replaced with a healthy, warm glow. This fire is the love of God. It is a consuming fire, but it does not consume you. It consumes only what is cold and dead within you. It burns away the frost of regret. It melts the ice of shame. It vaporizes the frigid fog of anxiety. The warmth is now seeping into your chest, wrapping around your heart. Your heart, which has felt so small and clenched against the cold, begins to unclench. It begins to beat in a slower, more relaxed rhythm, like the slow, lazy pop and crackle of the burning logs. The warmth moves down your arms, into your hands that have worked and grasped and held on so tightly. They relax, fingers uncurling, resting open and receptive on your lap. The heat flows down your legs, into your feet that have carried you so far, that have ached for a place to stop. The numbness recedes, replaced by a feeling of being firmly, warmly planted on a foundation of everlasting kindness. You are not just near the fire. You are being invited into it, not to be burned, but to be purified and warmed to your very core. This is the baptism of the Spirit and of fire, a fire that comforts rather than destroys. Step into the flame, parts for you like a curtain. Inside, it is not a violent inferno, but a room of brilliant, golden light. You can see nothing but the light, feel nothing but the all-encompassing, blissful warmth. You are immersed in the love of God. There is no you and the fire. There is only the warm love. This is your true environment. This is the climate of heaven, and it is your inherited home. The cold world is the temporary anomaly. This warmth is the eternal reality. The memory of this hearth is woven into your DNA, which is why a real, physical fire is so comforting to us. It is an echo of our true home. The fire speaks without words. It says, "I will never go out. I will never be extinguished. No storm can put me out. No night can overcome my light. I have burned for all eternity, and I will burn for all eternity to come. And you, my child, will never be cast out from my warmth. This is the fire that burned in the bush before Moses, holy and untamed. This is the fire that led the Israelites by night. This is the refiner's fire that purifies gold. This is the Pentecost fire that rests on every believer. And tonight it is your fire, your comfort, your life. So, as you lie in your bed, imagine this divine hearth in the room with you. Its light is the night light that banishes all shadows of fear. Its heat is the blanket that covers you more surely than any quilt. The crackle of its logs is the sound that masks the whisper of worries. You are safe. You are warm. You are home. The great gardener of your soul has gathered you, a tender plant, and brought you into his greenhouse, where the temperature is forever set to the perfect degree of grace. Sleep by the unfailing hearth. Sleep in the everlasting light. Sleep in the eternal warmth of God. Section 53, The Ocean of Being. You have spent your life on the shore of your own identity, building sandcastles of achievement, drawing lines in the sand of your relationships, defining yourself by the shifting tides of success and failure. But the ocean is vast, and it calls to you. It is the ocean of God's own being, the great I Am, and your small, separate self is a river that has always been destined to flow into it. Tonight, you are invited to wade past the breakers of your own thoughts, past the reefs of your fears, and into the deep, where you are no longer a separate stream, but part of the boundless sea. Imagine standing on that shore. The moon is full, casting a silver path across the dark, gently rolling water. This is the path of surrender. You take a step into the surf. The water is cool, but not cold. It is the temperature of grace, shocking at first, then wonderfully enveloping. This is the feeling of your individual will beginning to yield to the divine will. It is not a loss, but a homecoming. With each step, the sandy bottom of your own understanding falls away. You are in over your head now, but you do not sink. You are held up by the buoyancy of a love that is greater than your own weight. You float on your back. The sky above is an infinite expanse of stars, and the water below is an infinite depth of mystery. You are suspended between the two, cradled in the embrace of a reality that is both vast and intimate. The small, chattering voice of your ego, the one that says, I am afraid, I am tired, I am not enough, is being hushed by the great, silent roar of the ocean that says simply, I am. Your individual drops of worry, of planning, of regret, are being absorbed into this immense, salty peace. They lose their distinct shape, their sharp taste. They become part of the whole. Beneath the surface, in the silent, dark depths, there is life teeming in forms you cannot see. This is the hidden work of the Spirit in the depths of your soul, the healing of memories you've forgotten, the mending of fractures you never knew were there, the nurturing of gifts yet to be born. You do not need to dive down to see it. You only need to trust that in your surrender, the current of God's Spirit is carrying you, and the life within that current is healing you. The ocean has its own rhythm, its own tide, governed by a pull greater than itself. So too, your life is governed by a pull greater than your own plans. The worries you clutch are like trying to hold a handful of water. The tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. But when you open your hands and let them float, palms up, you are supported. Your rest is this open-handed floating in the ocean of God's providence. You are not fighting the current. You are not swimming against the tide. You are allowing yourself to be carried by the great, loving, and intelligent flow of His will for you. In this ocean, there is no yours and mine. There is only His. Your life is hidden with Christ in God. The boundaries are an illusion. The fear of dissolution is the final fear to be released, for you are not dissolving into nothingness. You are merging into everything. You are becoming one with the love that created you, the love that died for you, the love that sustains you even now. This is the union the mystics spoke of, not the annihilation of the self, but the fulfillment of the self in its true source. So now let go of the shore. Stop trying to define the edges of your own being. You are a thought in the mind of God, and you are returning to the thinker. You are a wave on the ocean of God, and you are returning to the sea. There is no violence in this, only a gentle, inevitable merging. The sound you hear is not the end of you, but the beginning of you as you were always meant to be, a beloved part of the great I Am. Sleep in the ocean of God. Sleep, and let the currents of grace carry you. Sleep, your small river self merging into the boundless, eternal sea of divine love. Section 54. The unspoken benediction. Before a word is formed, there is intention. Before a prayer is uttered, there is a desire of the heart. And in the heart of God, there is a constant, unspoken benediction being pronounced over you. It is not a prayer, he says. It is a state of his being toward you. It is the foundational reality upon which your existence is built. His goodwill, his favorable regard, his unwavering, blessing posture toward your life. You have spent the day listening to other voices, the voice of criticism, the voice of demand, the voice of your own inner accuser. But now, in the silence, you can tune your spirit to the one, true, unchanging frequency. The silent, thrumming benediction of the Father. This benediction is not earned. It is not a reward for a day well lived. It is the air that your soul breathes, the ground upon which your faith stands. It was spoken over you in the heavenly realms before the creation of the world. When the Father looks at you, he does not see a project to be fixed or a servant to be commanded. He sees a child, upon whom he has set his love. He sees the perfection of his Son, Jesus, clothing your imperfections. The benediction is this: you are mine. I am well pleased. This is the blessing that rested on Christ at his baptism, and it is the same blessing that rests on you now, through faith in him. Feel this benediction now, not as a sound, but as a pressure, a gentle atmospheric pressure of love that surrounds you completely. It is in the air of your room. It is in the quiet of the night. It is the spiritual force that holds the atoms of your body and the universe together. It is the yes and amen to all of God's promises. Every promise in Scripture is a single note. This benediction is the grand chord into which all the notes resolve. This unspoken blessing is your shield. It is the divine filter through which all the events of your life must pass. The difficulty you face today did not escape his notice, nor did it alter his blessing. It was, in fact, sifted through the sieve of his good will for you. What felt like an attack was, in the economy of heaven, a tool for shaping. What felt like a loss was a making of room for a greater gain. You can rest tonight not because you understand the process, but because you trust the heart of the one who is overseeing it. His benediction means that his intention for you is always, invariably, overwhelmingly good. You cannot add to this benediction by your striving. You cannot subtract from it by your failing. Your only part is to receive it, to open the clenched fist of your heart and let the blessing settle upon you like a gentle rain, soaking into the parched soil of your soul. Your sleep is the ultimate reception of this. It is you ceasing all activity and simply lying as a recipient of a grace that is given without condition. So, let the words fall away. Let the need for understanding be quieted. There are no more scriptures to be analyzed, no more prayers to be perfectly phrased. There is only this you in the dark and the silent, eternal, unchangeable benediction of God. It is the final word over your day. It is the first word over your tomorrow. It is the only word that truly matters. Sleep under the unspoken benediction. Sleep drenched in the favor of God. Sleep knowing that you are blessed, you are loved, you are kept, and you are forever his. Section 55. The Great Liturgy of the Night. The universe is not silent. It is engaged in a perpetual worship service. The rising and setting of the sun is a daily doxology. The rustling of leaves is a whispered hymn. The stars are a silent, blinking choir singing of the glory of their Creator. Your day may have felt secular and separate from this sacred rhythm, but now, as you cross the threshold of sleep, you are consciously entering the great liturgy of the night. This is the divine office that requires no effort from you, only attendance. Your rest is your participation. Imagine the night sky as the great cathedral of this service. The moon is a single, luminous candle on the altar, its light a soft, focused prayer. The stars are the countless candles held by the congregation of the saints, both those on earth and those in heaven. Their flickering light a silent, united Amen. The wind moving through the trees is the pipe organ, playing a prelude of peace. And you, lying in your bed, are not an observer. You are a participant. Your slowing breath is the recitation of the Psalms. Your heartbeat is the steady rhythm of the chant. Your surrender to unconsciousness is the moment of Holy Communion, where you receive the substance of grace without the need for words. In this liturgy, there are no lengthy sermons to comprehend, only a presence to absorb. The priest of this service is Christ himself, the great high priest who ever lives to make intercession for you. He stands at the altar of eternity, and his offering is his own finished work. Your part is simply to rest in the efficacy of that sacrifice. The peace you feel descending is the shalom of God, the benediction pronounced at the end of the service, a wholeness and completeness that the world cannot give. Every creature is part of this liturgy. The cricket chirping outside your window is singing the soprano line. The distant owl provides the bass note. The gentle hum of the earth itself is the drone of the Gregorian chant, the foundational note upon which the entire harmony is built. Your insomnia, your tossing and turning, is simply a soul that has forgotten its part in the choir, trying to sing its own frantic melody instead of resting into the divine harmony. But now you remember, you are not the conductor, you are a singer in the celestial choir. Your only task is to listen for the pitch of peace and to match your tone to it. This liturgy has no end. It was being sung before you were born, and it will continue long after you have awakened into the eternal day. Your sleep tonight is simply your assigned watch in the perpetual vigil of creation. You are keeping watch by resting. You are fulfilling your duty by trusting. The night liturgy is the time when the church, the bride of Christ, is made beautiful and prepared for the bridegroom. While you sleep, the divine beautician is at work, washing you with the water of the word, anointing you with the oil of joy, and clothing you in garments of salvation. So, close your eyes and join the service. Let your breathing sync with the rhythm of the cosmic chant. Let your heartbeat keep time with the pulse of divine love. You are not going to sleep. You are attending the most ancient and holy of services. The candles are lit. The music is playing. The host is present. Sleep in the great liturgy of the night. Sleep and take your place in the choir of creation. Sleep, a living prayer in the cathedral of God's everlasting love. Section 56. The sanctuary of the present moment. Time is a river, and you have been fighting its current all day. You have been reaching back into the eddies of regret, trying to untangle the weeds of past mistakes. You have been stretching forward into the turbulent rapids of tomorrow, straining to see what lies around the bend. Your muscles tense with anticipation and fear. This is the source of your exhaustion. But the gospel invites you to a different reality, the eternal now of God's presence. He is not the I was or the I will be. He is the I am, and he invites you to meet him here in the serene, still pool of the present moment. This moment, this breath, is the sanctuary. Your bed is not just a piece of furniture. It is an altar in the sanctuary of the present. The past cannot reach you here. The future has no jurisdiction. The accusing voices of "you should have" and the anxious whispers of "what if" are like noises outside the temple walls. They have no power inside this holy place. The only reality is the I am, and his name is love. His name is peace. To enter this sanctuary, you must lay down the heavy burdens of yesterday and tomorrow at the door. You must release your grip on the timeline and simply be present with the present one. Feel the weight of time slipping from your shoulders. The regret you carry for a harsh word spoken is a ghost. It has no substance in the reality of God's forgiveness. The anxiety you feel about a meeting tomorrow is a phantom. It has no power in the reality of God's provision. They are illusions, and their power is broken the moment you choose to anchor your soul in the now of God's care. Breathe in this moment, the feel of the sheets, the sound of your breath, the gentle darkness behind your eyelids. This is the temple. This is where God dwells. You are not waiting for peace to arrive. It is already here, in the sanctuary of this present moment, and you are invited to inhabit it fully. The mind is a time traveler, but the spirit is an eternal being. Your spirit knows how to rest in the now. It is your anxious mind that pulls you into the past and future. Sleep is the gift that God gives to your time-traveling mind. It is a forced retreat into the present, a holy shutdown of the temporal engines. When you sleep, you are, for a few blessed hours, almost entirely present. Your body is here. Your spirit is here. God is here. The tyranny of the clock is broken. The world and its demands recede into insignificance. In this sanctuary, there is no performance. There is no need to use time wisely. You are not being productive. You are simply being. And in that being, you are reflecting the image of the great I Am more purely than in all your frantic doing. You are fulfilling your primary purpose, to glorify God and to enjoy Him forever. Your sleep is a profound enjoyment of His presence, a resting in His being, a declaration that He is God and you are not. So, step fully into the sanctuary of this moment. Let the past and future melt away like mist in the sun of His presence. You are here. He is here. That is all that is real. That is all that is required. Sleep in the sanctuary of the present moment. Sleep, and let the eternal I Am be your only reality. Sleep, a timeless soul in the everlasting arms of a timeless God.